Good morning, gamers. Logging on. Hopefully, no server issues today. We'll just have to see, though. Ooh, 1 day of membership left. What if I just run out today in the middle of CM? Alright, logged in. Let's do a farming contract and all that good stuff real quick. Alright. Snapdragon should already be planted. Yes, sir. What's our next contract? What is our next contract? Maple tree? We can do that. Maple sapling. Oh, we have exactly 100 of those. Okay, it's been a while since I planted or replanted the watermelon and filled up our compost bucket. I'm just going to do that today because why not? Ashes. We got a ton of those. Okay, I gotta look at my inventory setups real quick. Yes, they did indeed save. Last night I worked on some inventory setups. I'll explain more in detail after I finish, this typical stuff we have to do as an Ironman. And once we get to the chambers. Good morning. I haven't done this in a while, so I'm just making sure my compost bucket has well, compost in it. Why they gotta make this so slow? What are we doing here? Oh, you know what? We're almost 84 thieving on the other account. All right. Did they ever fix this? The answer is no. That is unfortunate. That is quite unfortunate. So now we just got to do it the good old-fashioned way where we have to fill our inventory up with watermelons, then deposit one at a time, instead of doing both actions at once. This has been broken since Yama. And someone had told me they were fixing this, but I guess not. And it's kind of a weird thing because it was probably never intended to begin with, so it's just kind of sad, It was fun to be able to harvest your watermelon and put them in the bin at the same time. Oh, there we go. Dude, no way the same tick the the weed screw. That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Okay, well, our compost bin is filled up. Grab the rake from the leprechaun. Where yet has achieved a new Fasani's Nightmare personal best of 542. Who's that? Fasani's. Is he done with Doom? Okay. We gotta do Snapegrass. We've been actually doing a decent amount of herb runs, but I have neglected to do a few Snapegrass runs. And obviously, you know, we need Snapegrass if we're going to be making prayer potions, not just the Renards. Where is the Warlow? Alright. That's the Snapegrass patch done. Should I do an herb run real quick too? Gotta get into the habit of doing those, so I'll do like a couple of patches at the very least. Renar. There's 6 patches. And I'm gonna do a very particular set of the 6 patches. So Farming Guild, RD patch. Nothing special about the RD patch other than I have a quick teleport to it. I don't think there's any herb protection or yield bonuses at this patch, but it's a convenient patch to go to. Then we're going to take the Explorer's Ring teleport to the Falador / Lumbridge one. Good morning, Hutch. How you doing? This one, I believe, does have a yield bonus. Pretty sure. Oh, we just got 10 Renarweeds out of that. That's pretty good. And then we're going to guild teleport to the Hunter Guild. And run north, slightly to the east. This one, after a certain Coliseum threshold, we might have like something. I don't remember if it's a protection or if it's also a bonus, a yield bonus. But I know there's something to this one after Coliseum. Ooh, 11 weeds. All right. We got 2 more to go. 2 more patches to go. One of them is going to be the Corrend one, the Hesidious one. This one for sure has... This one has both, actually. I think this one has protection and a yield. And I think this one is based on diary achievements and perhaps maybe a quest or two, like Client of Corrend or something. And last patch, Catherby. That one, 1000% I'm sure of, has yield bonuses dependent on your diary. I've had these limpworts planted at each patch for the longest time now, and there was a little bit where I thought I had to do a limpwort run, but since we've been doing Calveron again, they've been dropping a lot of limpworts, so we don't have to worry about that. Alright, that's the final patch. And then we'll just go back to the Farming Guild real quick. Let's do one quick birdhouse run, and then we will be good to go. Good thing we have all these teleports, right? You know, we are a fresh new Ironman, and you heard them say, "Hey, we gotta do an herb run real quick." It's not real quick. That's gonna take like 15 minutes, at least, if not more, 15-20 minutes. But we have all the teleports now, so. And most importantly, the bottomless compost bucket. All right, quick birdhouse run. Done so many limpwort runs lately. Really? I mean, I guess I was gonna do them at some point too if I wasn't already doing the wilderness grind, which just happens to drop a lot of limports. Good morning to Kirk. Oh, red egg, god egg, or whatever you want to call it. All right, one more birdhouse, and off we go to CM. So we're on the right spell book and everything, so we just head straight there. Take a sip of my coffee. I could honestly not do a birdhouse run for, I mean, maybe like ever, like never do another one again. If I really wanted to, because I just have so many bird's nests. I think I'm coming up to like 20,000 bird's nests sitting in a bank right now, and that's including all the ones I've used already. Oh yeah, there's still no Doom Mocha CAs. Interesting. It's been out for what? Almost a month now, actually. Dude, what the heck? Mocha's been out for almost a month? Alrighty, alright. Okay. In the background, you might hear some pickpocketing sounds. That's me on the other account. We're almost 84 thieving. Anyways, though, alright, we're gonna be doing some solo CMs today, but there's a plot twist. There's a plot twist. So this right here is roughly the setup I use these days. It's in the max setup. However, we're not going to be doing that right this second. We're going to use that at some point in the future, but right now we're starting with this setup. Let me just take everything out real quick. All right, and then I'll explain it. Recently, we've been inspired to do some more solo CMs. Not that I really need inspiration to do these, I enjoy these regardless anyways, especially in my newly, well, sort of new, mostly new, max setup. Well, today we're going to start up doing more solo CMs, but as you can see what I'm wearing and in my inventory, this is most definitely not the max setup. You might be wondering, what are you wearing? Well, for the most part, with a few exceptions, this is the very first setup I ever used on this account to run a solo CM. Obviously, I said a few exceptions because there's Blood Moon tacits and those didn't exist back then. I did have myself a pair of Bandos Tassies, but unfortunately I don't have any of those extra ones laying around anymore, so I think offensive stats-wise, the Blood Moon Tacits should be the same as the Bandos ones, correct me if I'm wrong. And if anything, this is actually a little bit worse because the defense is a bit worse. I even took the opportunity to grab the Amulet of Torture from my other account, the Zenites that we recently got, instead of using the Rancor. I have a rune pickaxe in the inventory. I didn't have a dragon pickaxe for that first solo CM. And yeah, the mage gear is probably the most scuffed thing ever. So we have to try it in the swamp. But we're going to be wearing a mystic top and Aram's bottoms. For our melee gear, yeah, we have the fighter torso. I didn't even have the Bandos chest plate at the time. And what else is there? Oh yeah, obviously no twisted bow. Infamously, or notoriously, you guys know it took me a very long time to get a twisted bow. So we're going to be rocking the Bova setup. Is there anything else I might point out? Oh, dragon boots. I think technically I had primordials already at this point, but I'm not about to make a second set of primordial boots just for this purpose. TOA was out, so we had access to a light bearer. And I didn't actually have an Avernic, but again, this is one of those things where I didn't want to go farm a Dragon Defender, so yeah. We are rocking Barrow's gloves and Torment bracelets for our glove switches. We didn't have the Ferocious gloves yet. And I think when I was doing my little fact checking here, this was a situation where I thought I didn't have a amulet of or an occult necklace, and I had to use an amulet of fury. But I was going through the screenshots, and I did some team CMs before my first solo, and that was when I was using a fury. But luckily, by the time I decided to do my first solo CM, I did have the occult. Basically, we're going to be using gear from our first solo CM, and we're going to upgrade as we did back then. So at some point, we're going to have Ancestral, and much later, we're going to have the Scythe, the Shadow, and some other gear. But for right now, this very first one, this is what we're rocking with. Ah, what could possibly go wrong, guys? What could possibly go wrong? All right, I guess let's pot up. Let's pot up. Oh yeah, we didn't have an Inferno Cape either. We were rocking a Fire Cape. We got the Inferno Cape pretty shortly afterwards, though. We'll see. We'll see. All right, what am I looking for? Divine Range Bot. I need a Tuna and an Angler. Let's get started here. Here's the pre-pot Divine Super Combat. Although, you know what? I think technically I didn't use Divines back then either. I was just stingy and didn't realize how good Divines were. Anyways, let's head in the first solo CM in gear as similar as possible to what we actually used back then. We even have the Dragon Warhammer. I think we did have an Elder Maul, but obviously back then the Elder Maul didn't actually serve as a spec weapon. I did use the Elder Maul, however, though, because I wasn't very familiar with this 5-tick method with the Fang, which actually is better than the Elder Maul, if I'm not mistaken. It might depend on how many hammer specs you land. I forgot. No, I did summon a Thrall. Okay. Also, I guess to point out a couple more changes. My Fang kit, well, I didn't have a Fang kit. I had Primordials instead of Dragon Boots. I had a Dragon Defender instead of a Vernic. The Blood Moon Tassets, we're going to pretend those are the Bandos Tassets. I didn't have an Inferno Cape yet, so Fire Cape is accurate. And same thing with the Range Cape. I did have an assembler, the kitted TOA assembler. And if we want to be real particular, I wasn't maxed yet at this point, so technically that should be a regular MA2 cape, a regular TOA backpack. Alright, right away this Tecton is so much slower, even with the guaranteed Tecton first hammer spec now. Which wasn't the case back then. Another thing is, back then, I did have to bring 3 stamina pots into these solo CMs. But I think now I can probably get away with the 2. Alright, let's take the Overload and Enhance. I may need this Revitalization, honestly. I don't quite remember, so, yeah, I'll take that with me just in case. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do like a little mini-series with this. Alright, with the Bofa, I don't need to put on a quiver or anything like that to save my ammo, so that's nice. Why are these crabs not cooperating with me right now? Oh, that's unfortunate. Alright, how bad is this gonna be? It's been a long time since I did 4-1 melee hand and 3-0 mage hand, especially the 3-0 mage hand part, I think. I think our objective here is to simply not die. Another little change here is that I do bring an anti-venom in with me instead of pre-potting it. I think these raids, this beginning section, used to take me a long time. I mean, you saw that Tecton took over 2 minutes, so I think it makes sense there. Oh, you know what's going to be great here, though? Scavving isn't going to be overly expensive. So, okay, I think I can drink the anti-venom here as I scav. But I can just simply use my Fang to scav instead of blasting shadow charges. I think I'm going to roll with the same prep numbers because in max gear, when I prep 13 juice, 8 mushrooms, that is an over prep, but it's just easy to do. I think I'm going to roll with the same thing here. Alright, so we definitely have enough stuff now. Take those planks for extra points, though, you know? Oh, scabbing also used to take a long time. They really did a huge QOL with scavs, and it's much easier to get resources now and planks and whatnot. Much better. But back then, it could take literal minutes, if not the entire overload duration, to get what you needed. Oh, let's chop some kindling here. Or chop the saplings to get kindling. I wonder what time we're going to get now. These solo CMs back then probably took me like 50 minutes, no exaggeration. And if we're accounting for the fact that we were still learning the raid at this point, the solo CMs, I think it did take me an hour, if not more than an hour, for the very first few ones. Then as I got more comfortable, even when I became a little bit more proficient, just because of how little damage I did, it still took me like 50 minutes. And then as we got upgrades, we brought it down into the 40s, the mid 40s probably. And then with the QOL changes, I think ever since then, it's been like sub 40s. But if you didn't know, the solo CM challenge mode time is an hour and 10 minutes, I believe. It's either 100. It's either an hour and 5 or hour 10. I think hour and 10 sounds right. So you have ample time. Let's take out our gear. What do I need? Or what do I don't need? Okay, I can bank my mage gear. Bank that, bank that. Oh, I want a hammer spec. Oh, and there were several different ways of doing Ice Demon back then. Let me see if I can recall how to do this melee method. For the longest time, I did Bofa it, but upon having a Fang and learning this Fang method here, the Fang is better DPS than Bofa-ing the boss, I believe. And Ice Demon was not Demon Bane, weak to Demon Bane. I mean, that was a very recent change. So about 2 years ago, this was definitely not the case. I'm just trying to think of how many times I've probably done this right here, this very click-intensive melee Ice Demon method. Oh, man. So in these raids, I had been camping the light bear. I didn't bring a ring switch, which, you know, in hindsight, I really wish I did much, much earlier, but it wasn't until much later when I realized how good bringing a ring switch was. That ring switch would have been the Berserker ring. I didn't have an Altor or Desert Treasure 2 stuff at the point. You know what? I'm not sure if Desert Treasure 2 existed. When did Desert Treasure 2 come out? I don't know. Either way, though, I did not have the rings. Another thing is that you may have noticed that I don't have any spec weapons. I think the Dragon Claws was one of those things where I didn't get until much later. I did get it in a regular chambers, I know that much. I actually did not get my first Dragon Claws in a challenge mode, despite primarily running challenge modes at this point now. So yeah, no Dragon Claws and definitely no Zerite crossbow, so I just didn't have a spec weapon. You know what I failed to do actually, and hopefully this is not an issue. I have no idea how many charges are in any of my weapons or armor. Like, I don't know how charged my crystal armor is. My bow is corrupted, so we don't have to worry about that. I don't know how many charges are in my trident, and oh my goodness, did we use a lot of charges back then. Vespula, we're gonna have to range Vespula with the Bofa, and man, did that eat a lot of crystal charges. And then, I mean, we're just blasting our Trident of the Swamp 24/7 at home, so a lot of charges there too. Hopefully everything is charged up, but honestly, I have no idea. Oh, and another thing that we can't change right now is obviously our thrall time. We have a longer thrall time now. But there's just nothing I can do about that, right? Oh, I got smacked. Please. Nobody panic. Okay, let's pick up the Buchu. Alright, I'm fairly confident we can still do a 13-8 prep. It's gonna be a little unfortunate if that's not the case. We'll find out, though. Oh, we just hit 84 thieving. I just tried to drop my Averting Defender. Oops. How long have we not had our prayer enhance running? Okay, so this 13-8 prep, I did used to prep way more brews, and I think the restores is always about the same, but I did used to prep more brews, but we're gonna roll with 13 brews, 8 restores now. And we're gonna do that for all of the raids that we're gonna do in the different setups. Unless it's proven that we have to adjust, but this is what we're rocking with for right now. Okay, there's the 8 revits. We'll put those away, take out all our vials. And you know what? I think I messed up here. I have 4 extra vials, I believe. Yes, I did. Typically, I drop 4 vials, and I clearly didn't do that. So I'm going to do that now. The reason I dropped 4 vials is to make the exact amount of room I need to get all 13 Buchus in my inventory, along with 13 vials. There we go. That should be 13 Buchu. Let's head on next to the into the next room as we make these brews. Well, Vanguards is going to be so much slower. I mean, pretty much every room is going to be, but I think Vanguard's is going to be very notable. Let's put all that away. Let's withdraw all. Or maybe we shouldn't have. What am I looking at here? I don't know. Yeah, it's a little confusing now. Gotta get used to the old setup. Not new setup, the old setup. I think we're good now. We're probably gonna need, I don't know, do I just bring the same exact thing I used to? Hopefully we have enough. Hopefully we have enough supplies. You know, I did do some research on what I used to do, but I didn't look that closely, you know? Oh, you know what? I have no idea what my max hits are. No idea what the max hits are. They can't be very high, though. I mean, the Fang's probably gonna hit, like, what, like a 40-something? 46. Okay. The Staff is probably gonna hit also, like, a 40-something. Like, mid-40s. Oh, wait, why did I step out like that? Ooh! But yeah, as you can see, the mage damage is gonna be a problem here with my trident. No, I don't have charges in my trident. Well, alright, you know, there's nothing we can do except, reset this run. Shoulda checked, shoulda checked. Yeah, I guess I'll just, do a run again and I'll meet myself back at Vanguards. Alright, let's check. Oh yeah, our crystal's really good. Alright, Zulrah scales, fire runes, chaos runes, death runes, right? That's how you charge a trident? Oh my god, when was the last time I charged a trident? There we go. Yeah, we will obviously have to do this again, but I'll just continue my recording from the Vanguards. That's a blighted angler. No way, we hit both hammers. Or more specifically, the second one. If you guys are tuning into the stream for the first time, we are currently multi-streaming, so we're live on both Twitch and YouTube. And if you guys are new to the channel in general, we do have a weekly, right now actually twice a week, but a weekly series on the GIM, the Dolo GIM, where we follow along the progression of this maxed account, as well as a 50 defense account that are both in the same group Ironman team, and I play both of them. Link is in the description. If you guys want to check that out. Okay, what the second hammer, the DPS, so much better here. Oh, I thought I was going to take damage there. I thought I was gonna take damage there. But I looked a little funky, but I think it worked out. Alright, let's take the overload in hands and reap it just as we did before. You know, I gotta say, as a Infernal Cape owner, going back to this Fire Cape, forget how much better the Inferno Cape is actually better than Fire Cape. The aesthetic of having an Inferno Cape, oh man. They really do a good job of actually making these flex items like actually really cool. I mean, the Inferno Cape is both a flex item and like it's just like an objectively an upgrade, so. Now stuff like Radiant, Oakplate, and Blood Ornament, Torva, those are flexes, like purely flex. Same thing with this Fang Kit, purely flex. Alright, right here we're gonna sip this anti-venom. Yeah, unfortunately we have to repeat the first 14 minutes or so of what we had to do, because when I made it to Vanguards, I didn't have charges in my trident. Okay, we have everything we need. I think I used to make enhances too, but I mean, I learned that this enhance can carry me through. Let's put away all of this. Oh, you know what it is? It's that gap right there that messes my bank up, so I'm gonna move the prayer pot up there. I don't actually need to bring that prayer potion. I don't think. So what was that? We were about 14 minutes in and we made it to Vanguards. You know what? I think that's only like 2 to 3 minutes slower than if we were in max gear. But of course, there's going to be more and more rooms like Vasa without a twisted bow. Using a bowfoot's much slower. We don't have Dragon Claws to spec the Vasa crystals out. We don't have a ZCB to hit Vasa itself. So there's an instance. We have a rune pickaxe instead of a dragon pickaxe for Guardians. I'm sure my stats were a bit lower there too. I doubt I was 99 mining, you know? I was probably 99 strength, but mining? Probably not. Got the perfect UIM fluffy top setup for South Freeze, melee DPS, and R DPS. You know, depending on who he's raiding with, he's most definitely not going to be freezing, you know? You're UIM, you're lucky to be in this raid. Yeah, get on melee roll, bro. It's like, yeah, mate, get on melee roll. Alright, we can bank our mage gear. Oh, you know what? This is exactly why... Ooh! Humble Zero. This is exactly why I used to be more strict. No, my Fang. Okay, we did have Specto. Where's my Fang? Oh no! Give me my Fang! Okay. This is exactly the reason why I used to be more strict on just how much kindling I put in, and then like once that hit 35%, I was after it because I just had like so much more clicking to do. You know, I suppose I used to send 2 hammers because what else was I doing? I wasn't saving my spec for anything else. Plus, we're camping the light bear. So I suppose it would have made sense to double hammer. Also, I'm getting the impression that I did calculate, depending on how many hammers I landed, whether the Fang or the Bofo was better. There was probably a difference there. Also, yeah, I'm getting the sense that picking up the Revet from Tecton was actually pretty crucial. These days, it doesn't matter so much. We don't really need it. But with this setup, it was probably pretty important. Again, especially given the context that sometimes scabbing was just a huge pain. So if we had a bad time scabbing, we most definitely would have needed it. Oh, you know what's really odd here too? Walking the shamans with the 4-tick weapon. Which is actually easier than the 5-tick, but I've been so accustomed to the 5-tick now that this is actually kind of weird. No, Slayer Helm. You think I got a task for this? Hell nah. Oh, trying to pickpocket. Oh, you know what? That's probably also why we did bring the prayer potion, though. So maybe we didn't have room for the revitalization, but we have the prayer pot anyways. That, or I just straight up got rid of the prayer potion. I don't know. I did weird things back then. Like, I wasn't as calculated on a lot of things. Alright. Shaman's down. That took us... How long did that room take? 1:33. Honestly, you know, sometimes our T-bone noodle's super hard and we get a time like that, so... Not too bad. Alright, so here we can most definitely... Dude, this is very strange. My inventory just looks so funky. Alright, oh, we're gonna put the spade in shared. Deposit all. Take the spade back out. 13 juice. 8 mushrooms. Drop 4 vials. You know what? Even though our DPS is gonna be much, much worse, we are gonna be 3-0 mage hand running all 3 phases. So that should be a lot less damage taken. And then 4-1 melee, I mean, it should be fine with the lance. So I do have multiple setups prepped up for these CM runs today. I wonder how many we're gonna get through. I wonder how many we're gonna get through. Alright, so we made the revits. We got our 13 juice, 13 vials. Let's make our 13 brews. Xerix AIDS. If anybody's tuning into the stream right now, like just now, what we're doing right now is we're purposely under-gearing ourselves. Gearing ourselves similar to how we were back then about 2 years ago when we first started doing solo CMs on this account. And then we're gonna gradually progress our gear just as we did. Yeah, just kind of like a little mini series for fun here. Okay. I don't think withdraw all is the move there. I don't think withdraw all is the move. Uh Man, this is weird. Okay. That works, I guess. Overload. That should be fine. Should be fine. All right. All right, this is actually the second run through, so what's going to happen in the video more than likely is I'm going to cut where I ran out of Trident charges here at Vanguards, and then I'm going to transition to this right here. While we're back at Vanguards, I'm going to heal up here. We're going to start off with shooting the Bofa. I think I should have started off with the Trident, actually, as my mage damage is the worst by far. Let's follow along the Ranger so we can melee it. I am going to be dumping Fang specs here because, like I said, no spec weapons. Oh, okay, there was a chance there that I may have reset the Vanguards there, but luckily we didn't hit too hard. I think before I realized we ran out of Trident charges, I was talking about max hits here, or just in the raid in general, and I'm not too sure what my max hits are. I think all the hits gotta be in like the 40s. I think the Bofa may be able to hit like a 51 or something. Or is that after the quiver? I don't know. I probably should have looked these things up before I started the raid, but you know what? We'll just find out in real time, right? But it can't be more than 50. Oh, you know what's really weird is I only have I only have two glove switches for melee and range, and then the Tormented Bracelet for the mage. Okay, we gotta use these Fang specs more. For what it's worth, I think the second run through, at least on that floor 1, we were a little bit quicker than the first run. Oh my goodness, my defense is a lot lower too with this armor, so I'm getting absolutely slapped. Alright, the Vanguards will no longer reset unless they regen a billion health, but that's not going to happen. A 42 max... Oh my. A 42 max hit on my Trident? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That's it? Oh, I didn't have my Tormented Bracelet on. Okay, that was probably a couple max hits there. Oh, a 50 Bofa hit? Okay. The range shit don't matter too much. I need to know my melee and mage max hits for Ulm. A brew here. Please, it's 2 health. Thank you. I believe that's everything. Yep, okay. Alright, moving on into Thieving Room. Very exciting room here. We're gonna pick these grubs. Now, back then, the grubs were not stackable. So, I actually had to make the effort to run all the way to the chest. Clear my inventory out. And then start picking these grubs up. I'd have to dump my potions like this. And I even had to bank my gear, both for the grub space and for run energy management. But I mean, that's a change now that we don't have to worry about. Yeah, this inventory management is not great with the setup, with the 2 glove switches. 2 helmet switches too, actually. I didn't even point that out. Like, I didn't rock an ancestral hat or anything yet at this point. It makes these switches all janky. Alright, we're gonna go into private here. We're gonna need the pickaxe. The rune pickaxe, not even dragon. The salve amulet. 1 stamina for sure. We're gonna need that. Overload enhance. And, you know, recently I've been bringing 2 revits, but I have a feeling I'm gonna need quite a bit more than that. We're gonna bring 4, and I think even then 4 is not enough, but we'll rely on the prayer enhance when it comes down to it. Oh, we're gonna have to change our quick prayers here. Instead of redemption and augury, we're gonna have to do redemption and rigor. Oh no, we messed up here. We are on a timer now. I didn't do the proper entry. I think we'll be fine though. But yeah, I mentioned earlier about Vespula absolutely eating crystal charges, and you can see why right here. Every hit splat is crystal charges. Yeah, there's a good chance that I used to use like 6 or 7 restores here. Remember when crystal charges were glitched? Oh yeah, like even if you like didn't get hit, you would lose charges. Alright, by now we would have been probably halfway through the tightrope room, but we're still here. And it's actually starting to look a little bit sketch now. I think we'll be okay. No! Well, you know what? In the early days, I did die. Not, I wouldn't say frequently, but definitely more so than I do now. So you know what? You know that was on purpose. You know, to recreate, to recreate how it was. Right. Although I definitely didn't die on Vespula. I would die at like other places, like Mudadal or something. Okay. This run could be scuffed here, but hopefully not. It is very, very low, so hopefully I can run in there real quick and just one tap it, please. There we go. Ooh, okay. When you mess up Vespula like that, sometimes that could be the end of your run, but luckily, we salvaged it. Alright, so I used about 4 times more restores than I would if I was in max mage, so that's unfortunate right there. Another change throughout the years at Chambers is they did end up adding the overload and enhanced drop to a lot more places. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Vespula used to not drop an overload. It did drop an enhance, however. I think that was always the case. Okay, with the 4-tick weapon here, I don't think I actually need a step back. I think I just face tank these majors here. But yeah, that's right there. Unfortunate that it happened, but fortunate that it was not the end of the run, I suppose. We're not going to get the 62, 63,000 points that we're going to get, unfortunately. Even 64, depends how the Vaso goes. But, yeah, it is what it is. We'll continue the run. You know, this is the first raid, so we're just warming up. You know, right here, I'm trying to figure out what I'm even swapping to. Okay, not the torso. There's not really armor I can swap to, unfortunately. Typically, on these rangers, since they hit so hard, I swap to, like, some ranged tank armor, but I suppose in this setup, I don't really have ranged tank armor. I am, however, going to make sure I eat, because these rangers can hit as high as, like, a 43, I believe. Okay, I just realized I was stepping back there out of habit. That might have been bad for me, actually, trading a 1-to-1 hits with the Bofa when I don't need to. Anyways, that's tightrope complete. Alright, let's switch into our melee gear with the pickaxe. And okay, we're gonna have to figure out our inventory here. I want to say I banked my mage armor entirely. I think I did. I think I banked my range gear entirely. I did, however, keep the Fang on me, and then... Like, I may have kept the Trident on me, I'm not sure. Did I? I don't think so. I think I buffed everything. Alright, we are gonna want the salve and the... I think we can get away with not bringing the stamina now, so I'm gonna sip that as I normally do. Bank that. And then... We're definitely gonna need more brews. So I'm gonna do that. Alright, and we're still gonna have inventory space. You know what? Maybe another revet for good measure. We have the inventory space. Why not? Why not? Again, I don't know how much I need here, so... What's the herbal requirement for solo Cox? 78. But if you want to be more lax and make sure like you can do any chambers layout and you prep your own overloads, that's going to be 90. But for the most part, 78. Highly recommended to be 78 anyways. And then 90 just gives you all the options in the world. Orlo, you missed it. I actually did plank. This is actually the second raid right now. The first one, I made it to Vanguards, and I realized I didn't have charges in my Trident. Which, in my defense, I can't remember the last time I used a Trident, so... And then on the second run through now, I think I was just so bamboozled that Vespula took so long in my scuffed gear. You know, I died. It is what it is, though. Like, sometimes when you die at Vespula, that's just a full reset. But luckily, we didn't have to full reset. But yeah, currently we are using some very, very scuffed gear. We got our rune pickaxe, fighter torso, Pretend these Blood Moon Tacits are actually Bandos Tacits, because that's what I had back then. And the Dragon Boots are actually a downgrade. I did have Primordials at this point. The Avernic is an upgrade, however, so I guess that's a trade-off right there. I wasn't about to go farm another Dragon Defender. This is very offensive to your 200 mil GP budget. Is my setup under 200 mil? Surely it is, right? I think my setup is unironically below 200 mil. Well, I guess that's why it's offensive, right? Because this is your best in slot game. It's like, what do you mean my max gear is your budget scuffed run? Hey, you know what? I never did this, but I think in another run, we're going to do a Elite Void run and see how that goes. I'm probably going to get absolutely shredded. Everything's going to slap me. But I am curious to see how that's going to go. All right, we are going to be employing new technology here. Well, new is relative, right? But we're pretending like we are doing this back in 2023. All right, so what we're going to do here is we're going to instantly run in. We're going to run to this green tile we marked here. Stand there for a tick. Run back. And this right here is the Vasa teleport skip. That's actually the only the second time ever we've done that, so pretty impressive. I'm gonna pat myself on the back on that one. My Bofa is on accurate, and I'm currently wondering how long that's been the case. Hmm. Oh, Summoner Thrall. Moving on, moving on. Our Bofa is now on Rapid, so we're fine. You know, without bringing the mage setup, I really forgot just how much room you have. Like, I have what, 8, 9. We have 10 broods in our inventory, and we're about to get 2 more from Vasa. But this is how the runs used to go. And pretty accurate right here. We are dealing with a Vasa teleport. If I recall correctly, back then I was lucky if I didn't get teleported 3 times. Or at least twice. I think twice was like the minimum. If I got anything less than 2 teleports, my Bofa was going absolutely nuclear. But also, these days, they did make Vasa a little bit easier. I think the crystals are easier to hit. Vasa is not as tanky. And the run energy change, obviously a huge factor here. I would have had to bring a stamina pot otherwise. Okay, moving on to Mystics. We are going to range Mystics with the Salve on. We haven't done this in forever, not since the Shadow, so... This is also a massive, massive throwback. The room plays out exactly the same, though. You know, you find your safe spots. You'll lure them to them. You know, I wish I didn't die just so I knew what kind of time I was gonna get. But I guess we'll find out in the other raids. The next gear setup isn't gonna include too many upgrades, I don't think. We can check after this raid. Everything hurts. There was a time when I calculated how many trident charges I used per run, how many crystal charges, you know, all the runes and whatnot. I don't have that information down anywhere anymore, unfortunately. I do wish I saved it somewhere though. That would have been good to know for these runs. But who knew that 2 years later, after possessing max gear, I'd be willingly doing these scuffed runs again, you know? Who knew? Looking at the time right now, though, 33 minutes we're working on Mystics. I feel like this sounds about right, honestly. If not a little bit slower because we did die. But if you account for how the raid was just naturally slower back then due to boss health and defense and like run energy changes and all that, I think maybe it evens out a little bit between that death and all that. Another huge change was that I had an extra inventory available to me, as there's an axe available in this room now. That used to be not the case. Oh, I still have my salve on. Let's get our anguish on. Okay, so I do believe fanging the Muddadal, the baby Muddadal, was better. I don't know. No, I get the impression that I used to do this, so I'm gonna do it. Dump some of our fang specs, because, you know, we don't have spec for anything else. Alright. Baby doll is done with. Also, we are spending much more time figuring out our inventory. Like, whenever we hit the chest, we're like, what are we looking at? You know, that was definitely not the case back then. We were accustomed to whatever gear we had, but now we're trying to work backwards here and figure things out. You know, Muddadal is much more humble these days now. As I say, as I still might get chomped. But I say that because, see, right there, mage attack, it's going to do 2 more mage attacks, guaranteed. Good luck with the grind today, appreciate it. So that's the second mage attack, and then 1 more, I believe. And we're going to switch back to range here. Nice. See, it's a little bit more predictable now, whereas before it was completely random. Alright, surely we have enough supplies, right? Let's pick up all of this, though. And let's get ready for Ohm. Yeah, I think the death we had balanced out the timing of all the changes that naturally sped up this raid, because 35 minutes, 36 minutes heading into Ohm, if we do like a 12 to 14 minute Ohm, yeah, they'll end up being about like high 40s, low 50s in terms of the time to complete this raid. All right, let's drop a brew and restore on the ground, and let's take our time here and actually make sure we bring everything we need. So this fang we're no longer going to need. We do want the lance though. We want, in fact, let's slap on our mail. Oh, okay. I tried to shift click there. Can't shift click in the chamber's storages. Okay, we don't need the fang. We don't need the Bofa, actually. We did bring the Dragon Hunter crossbow. We have Ruby Dragon Bolts equipped. I believe I used to not bring the Crystal Helmet, so we're going to bring that. Or not bring that, rather. This is a mess right now. Okay, Mage Gear. Actually, we want our Mage Gear here at the top, because we're not going to be switching into our Range Gear until the very end. These switchers are so uneven. Okay. Oh, definitely have the lance, right? Definitely have the lance. Okay, overload, enhance. These days I bring 2 revits, but I have a feeling I'm going to need that third one, so I'm going to bring that third one. And we have 7 brews. That sounds good, right? All right. Overload, enhance. I think there was a point in time where I even dropped the task seeds, like I'd bank the task seeds and bring another brew, but you know what? I have confidence that I don't need it. Surely I don't regret that decision. Into Ohm we go. Do I have to drop anything? I might need to drop something. No, actually, I think we're good. I didn't forget anything, did I? Alright, this is going to be weird. I'm going to be 3-0ing Mage Hand, and I'm going to be 4-1ing. Oh, see, I already messed up. I got into the habit of the shadow running. Alright. It's coming back to me. Oh, you know what? This is very weird. A few months ago, they made this change where you can actually run and attack now. I'm speaking purely visually here. People that have been playing the game for a while will know what I'm talking about. Your character looks like it gets dragged. Like it'll do the staff attack first, and then do a run animation that catches up to where your character should be. But now it's like one smooth thing. Your character attacks and moves at the same time, and it's actually throwing me off a little bit here. But I think we have the timing down. 3-0 Mage Hand. You know what? This is a lot of fun. I do miss doing this sometimes. It's like oddly satisfying. But oh my goodness, is this slow compared to using Max Mage? Shocker, I know. Okay, Mage Hand done. We are using a Light Bear, so we have plenty of spec. Do I remember how to 4-1? Okay, that came out. What do I do? I think I 1-0, right? Oh, I messed up. Okay, it did 2 autos. What do I do with 2 autos? Oh, I'm not even in cycle. I'm losing a tick somewhere, I think. Okay, now we're in cycle. I lost a tick, I think. Oh no. All right. You know, we were probably in cycle for like 10% of that entire melee hand, but a 3-minute P1? Oh my goodness. Hey, we only used 1 revitalization dose, though. Okay, we are taking stupid damage here. Oh my. I keep thinking I'm about to go 8-1 or whatever, or even 12-0. Oh, we didn't summon our thrall. Let's get that going. Thrall very important for these. Oh boy, a 44 max hit. For reference, the max mage max hit is 75. So this 3-0 method we're doing right now, we are doing it optimally to where we are saving run energy. There's actually a lot of tiles that you can run. So we run 1 tile, walk 2 tiles, attack, and we can walk all the way to the ring finger. Again, with the availability of the light bear, I am just going to spec twice here. Alright, let's see if we can actually get into cycle this time. Oh, you know what? I just realized what I'm doing wrong. Whenever I do the 3-to-1 scythe method, when I run to the center tile, I have to burn an extra tick. But in the 4-to-1, I don't have to. Okay, good thing I realized that. So I'll try to recreate what I'm talking about here. Or mention it when I get to it. So right here, after this attack, I run to the middle, but I have to instantly run back. That's where I'm losing the tick. Okay, that did auto attack twice there though, so I'm gonna have to... Okay, I did it again. No, the habit. The habit. Okay, I see what I'm doing wrong. Alright, here we go again. Okay, when lightning comes out, I have to 3-to-1 twice? No, I did it again! Somebody help. I did it again. Now, we have plenty of raids to get used to it because... I mean, it was like, what, like 900 solo CMs until I got a scythe, so... You know what, guys? It's time to make a hardcore and rush chambers and just camp chambers because as a solo hardcore, it's a safe death. But then once I farm 10 billion chambers, I can flex that I'm a hardcore with a T-bow or something. But I really could do chambers in super, super scuffed gear. We'll go to Perilous Moons and bust out all the moons gear. Well, 3-to-1 with a zombie axe. That honestly sounds terrible. World Scythe, World Zombie Axe. Okay, we are on P3 here, so let's not yap too much and accidentally reset the hand. Although it's much less likely in gear like this, right? Okay, let's see for the third time if we can get in this site. I think I just lost a tick. Okay, instantly run back. Yep. Okay, it did attack twice though, so 3-1. I believe one time. Yep. Now we're in cycle. Instantly run back. There we go. Oh, you know what's going to happen? I'm going to go back to using my sights, and I'm going to forget to burn an extra tick. Brew! Gonna grab some coffee. Sounds good. I'm actually sipping on some right now myself. Nope. Yeah, done goofed. Okay. All right, P3. Oh, this is not good. No. Don't kill it. Don't kill it. All right. All right, this was a frequent thing, to be fair, where I just was unable to do enough damage on the hands and they would reset, so... I definitely had a lot of frustrations with this. So honestly, it's very accurate. You know, we had to spec, so... Let's spec twice. You know what? Despite the mage hand resetting, we are in very good shape right now with our supplies, so... Let's just focus up. I burned a tick again, as if I was using a sight. Man, it's just... We're getting punished by our habits right now. What we're accustomed to. Like, I know how to do this, obviously, but man, it's just so hard to break old habits when you've done them for... like, hundreds of raids. Humble 0. I misclicked. Alright, let's not reset that hand. We do have to mage run now. Tiki! The crazy Tiki! Now run back over! Ooh! Actually, I don't even know if that was a Tiki. That had to be, right? Alright, right here we're gonna unequip our defender. I'm gonna keep the dragon boots on just for a little bit of defense. It's negative range attack there too, but... What a way to start off this series, right? The most scuffed solo CM run. I guess it's true to form. It's true to form. Alright, the pools did come out. We're going to ignore that in favor of staying in cycle. Now, if I could get some ruby procs right about now, that'd be great. Alright, we're taking a lot of damage here, so we're going to transition over into... Ooh. 2-0. I don't think we've gone a single ruby. I brought the right bolts, right? I brought the right bolts. But yeah, you know what? This is exactly how it was. It was incredibly frustrating when I did not get any ruby procs. In fact, right now I am using Ruby Dragon Bolts, but I'd sometimes use regular rubies as well. It just depended on our supplies at the time. I often did have to revert into 2 to 0ing the head phase rather than 4 to 1ing because of situations like this. Oh, now we get a ruby proc. A whopping 5. Okay. The game's trolling. That should be it. No way we're going to get a purple? Never mind. All right, 54,600 points. We did die at Vespula. And actually, these days, the raid does eke out a little bit more points than it used to. I believe rooms like Ice Demon and Thieving just give you more points by default now than it used to. We did get a Dark Relic. We're just going to chuck that in Herblore. It honestly doesn't really matter on this account. We're maxed. But any EXP lamp, I've always just chucked it into Herblore. We got 140 Grimy Avanto out of that, other than the EXP lamp. Alright, that is the first raid completed. This setup, with a few exceptions like the Avernic instead of the Dragon Defender, actually downgraded Dragon Boots. I did have Primordials at the time. These Blood Moon Tassies were basically Bandos Tassies. Everything else was mostly the same. Aside from like Fang Kit, you know, Dragon Hunter Crossbow Kit, the max variants of the capes, everything else was the same. That was exactly how I did my first ever solo CM. I actually have the exact date right here. June 17th, 2023. Again, that was a 52-16, which is actually... I'm going to pull up the screenshot. Let me see. Let me see. Chambers of Xerix, challenge mode. Okay, our first couple of ones were team raids. Oh, you know what? Let me show the first ever deathless one, I suppose. Yeah. All right, is there a good way of showing this? Is there a good way of showing this? Aha. Okay. Add new source. So this right here, the screenshot, this was my first solo CM deathless on this account. And like I can't see everything. Unfortunately, I didn't have my inventory setup shown, so you can't even see what I brought in. But you know what? It looks like I brought an ancestral hat. But everything else is the same. I brought an ancestral hat. That's interesting. Oh, you know what? I just realized. I brought the ancestral hat in, but then I would drop the tassies. Like again, we can't see in this inventory, but you can tell. Like so, obviously you finish Ohm with range gear on, right? So I have my crystal legs and crystal body on, but you can see in my inventory there's no tassies equipped. So like I banked the tassies before I entered Ohm, and obviously I brought the Aaron's robe skirt. All right. Let me get rid of that screenshot there. Okay, so that was the first solo CM completed in the Scuff setup. So it was this setup right here. Moving on to our second setup. This is the one where we have an Aram's robe top and well, not the twisted, but the ancestral hat. Oh, and we get a dragon pick. So I think okay, so. This one was from July 8th. I did lump together a few upgrades. Like obviously, I didn't get all three things at once, but I think like like 2 weeks later, this was the new setup. All right, let's get this going. Oop. What did I just do? No, that looks right. No, I dragged some stuff around. Okay. I'm just gonna bin the prayer pot. I don't need it. Okay, okay. After completing the very first setup for our first solo CM run, we now do a second one where we have a few upgrades. The major changes, we bring in an ancestral hat. We now have an Aram's robe top, and we upgraded from a rune pickaxe to a dragon pickaxe. Now, let me reiterate that some of these items that I have on are not exactly the way they were in the past. So at this point, I wasn't maxed, so these max cape variants of these capes were just normal. Back the Aver's Assembler backpack, the regular MA2 cape, but those fundamentally work the same if I'm not mistaken. Fang kit, we didn't have it. Dragon Hunter crossbow kit, we didn't have it. We probably didn't have a twisted kit yet either, so the hat was a regular ancestral hat. But those are all aesthetics. In terms of actual gear disparity, though, Blood Moon obviously did not exist back then. I was wearing Barrows. No, I was wearing Bandos tassets, but unfortunately, I don't have those available on the account anymore. So the Blood Moon will have to do. And then what else changed? So we didn't have an Avernic yet at the time, but I'm not about to go get another Dragon Defender. And this is actually a downgrade here. I did have Primordials, but I don't have those anymore as I've made them into the Avernic Treads. So we're just going to be rocking the Dragon Boots here. But yeah, this is the second setup. This was about 2 weeks after the initial first solo CM, which was, I think, like June 23rd or something like that back in 2023. And now this setup was roughly around the time of July 8th, 2023. So, enough yapping. Let's just get to it. We essentially got 3 upgrades on this second setup. All right, let's pot. Oh, those are my Mauritania links. Divine. Let's eat a tuna to heal back up. And then an angler. Alrighty, let's get to it. So in our first run, we did die. And we also had to actually do 2 runs, because when I made it to Vanguards the first time around, I found out my Trident didn't have any charges in it. But you know what? Honestly, all of that happening is pretty accurate to what was going on back then. And this is also pretty accurate. I was very inconsistent with a lot of things, and this Tecton start, this Scuff Tecton start, you know what? It is what it is. We'll just leave it like this. We're not going to restart unless something really, really bad happens. Then we'll have to restart. Oh, we're really screwing things up. Okay, you know what? We are going to restart. We are going to restart. Um. Okay, let's divine tuna. Noobs don't have fang kits. You're cheating. Well, I wasn't about to. I mean, I do have a spare fang though, but It's just cosmetic, you know, it's just cosmetic. All right, take number 2. I guess I'm too busy yapping and not actually doing the raid, so I'm making a lot of errors here, but here we go. Pre-pot. Put those away. And let's head straight back in. Start the raid. So I'd like to reiterate that back then, while I did have an Elder Maul, the Elder Maul was not a spec weapon, so we're still rocking the Dragon Warhammer at this point in time. Here we go, Fang. And while I did use the Fang on Tecton, I was kind of 6-ticking the Fang, which is silly in hindsight, but I just wasn't very comfortable with this 5-tick method back then. So that's another little change that we're doing. I mean, 5-ticking is just so much better. The Fang is 5-tick, you know, you never want to use a weapon that's a certain tick, like 5-tick weapon, and then 6-tick it, or like a 4-tick weapon and a 5-tick it, because you're missing out on a lot of DPS that way. But I was a bit newbier back then, so that's what it was like back then. Very fortunately, we did hit the second hammer here, so 2 hammers. Our DPS should be a bit better here. So the difference between this setup and the previous setup, we do have a little bit better of magic DPS here, as we have the Aram's Top, which is actually pretty huge, and the Ancestral Hat, which gives some magic percentage, damage percentage. What else did we change? Oh, Dragon Pickaxe, that's going to increase or decrease the time at Guardians. Something that I can't recreate is that they did redistribute the occult magic damage into other gear. That's just a game change that, you know, obviously I can't revert, so it is what it is. We're going to be working with that throughout all these runs. Alright, so that's Tecton complete. That took 2 minutes. Which, if you had a scythe, that is an absolute shame, but working with the Fang here, I suppose that's not too bad. Oh, I couldn't find my trident there for a second, but luckily we made it in time. I don't have the exact numbers here, but before we decided to do solo CMs on this account, we did put about 300 or so regular chambers, solo chambers. So a lot of these items that we have, we got from regular chambers. Like, I believe we pulled an Ancestral Hat from regular chambers. We pulled the Dragon Hunter Crossbow from regular chambers. So we weren't really starting from complete scratch here. Alright, we're going to do a bit of scavving. We need room, and I don't have room. So I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to sip this. Oh, I have to sip the anti-venom. That's right, that's right. Alright, we should be good to go. We have more than enough supplies. So it turns out with all the scuff accounted for, even with all the scuff accounted for, our 13 brews and 8 restores was more than enough. So we'll continue to do that. Alright, we're gonna bank everything here and start chopping. Again, this second iteration of the CM setup, not too many changes, just slightly better mage gear, which is mostly going to help at Ulm, which is what is actually what's most important, right? I remember at the time getting the Aram's robe top. I was very happy with that though, because using a mystic top and an Aram robe skirts just looked really, really silly. Like the most scuffed look you could imagine, I suppose. And I did really rock with this current mage setup where I had the ancestral hat along with the Arams. It looked pretty cool in my opinion. That's the second inventory of kindling, like the brazier. I suppose for the bulk of these runs, we're going to be rocking the Dragon Warhammer. Like I said, I did have the Elder Maul at this point, but man, the Elder Maul spec change didn't happen until I did hundreds upon hundreds of runs already, so. Okay, withdraw all, bank all the mage gear, right? Uh-huh. Bank all that, bank... No, I need the Fang. Bank that, bank that, bank that. Okay, there we go. Hammer spec. We are going to send 2 here, because just as we did in our first iteration, we didn't have any spec weapons. So, I mean, other than the defense reduction on the Dragon Warhammer. And, you know, if you count the Fang, it does have a spec. But we didn't have Dragon Claws, we didn't have a ZCB. Ice Demon was not weak to Demon Bane, so no Emberlight specs or anything like that. And we had to do this melee method on Ice Demon, which is very click intensive. Especially if you compare it to our current methods when we T-bow or Shadow Ice Demon. Actually, that's not even the current method anymore. The current method is to Emberlight whack it over and over again. Which I guess is kind of click intensive now too, but the Emberlight hits so hard, you're done with the boss after a few hits, honestly. Unlike this here, where we're probably going to have to stab this guy about 50 times. For the longest time, I did just Bofa camp the Ice Demon as well, but then sometime down the line, I discovered that the Fang was actually pretty good DPS on Ice Demon. And then I discovered this method that was consistent, 5 tick, you don't miss any hits with the Fang. Alright, that is Ice Demon completed on the Shamans, and we're 50 health here, so a little bit spooky. No, are you kidding? Alright, we'll just save spot from the other side. Oh. Hmm. Calculated, calculated. I know what I'm doing, I swear. I can't believe the shaman just jumped about like 3 times there. Alright, hopefully this run will go a lot smoother. We don't have to do double takes and stuff. I can't stress enough how scuffed that first run was, but I suppose that's really accurate to when I first did solo CMs. They were incredibly scuffed. But, I mean, I think I put my Bofa on accurate for the bulk of the raid. I didn't realize until... I think Vasa. I didn't realize I was 5-ticking my Bofa until Vasa. But don't worry, now it's on rapid from the get-go. Alright, that's Shaman's completed. Give me the Buchu, not the Nox. Thank you. 148 Shamans, that's pretty slow there. Alright, nothing's gonna change about the prep room. 13 juice, 8 mushrooms. I did used to make more brews, but we're not gonna need it. Deposit all. Drop 4 vials. We got exactly 21. Deposit 10. That creates some more room for us. We're gonna pick 8 butchers for our restores. There we go. Make our restores. Put those away. Two more. Alright, heading into Vanguards. Not to worry, this time we don't have to do 2 raids because our Trident was fully charged, so it should have plenty of charges left even after 1 raid. Alright, let's gear up. I am gonna try to withdraw all again, and yeah, that just doesn't work for us, huh? It's all messed up. Alright. Okay. We're gonna need Overload, Prayer Enhance. I think we're good. Let's Overload. Let's brew up preemptively. Okay, I'm gonna start with Mage Gear, because that is actually the move in this setup. I'm accustomed to switching into my range gear because I would ZCB spec off rip these days, but that's not going to be the case here. We're going to use Fang specs. Alright, we're going to have to focus down the Major for a couple of hits here to balance things out. Both is not hitting very hard at the moment. Quite unfortunate. More Fang specs. But yeah, one of the big things that I wish I implemented sooner was a ring switch. Having a melee ring equipped and still bring the light bearer is very, very good, but I simply just did not do that for the longest time. See, look at how cool this looks with the arrows and the ancestral hat. This was an iconic look for sure, but I don't think we ended up using that for very long. One more hit. Yeah, sometimes these Vanguard rooms would just last for so long, like we just would not hit very hard with the gear that we had. So right now we're 15 minutes in, and we're still just about halfway through Vanguards. Again, with the uneven switches, it really messed up my inventory a lot. I mean, I'm sure I got used to it at that point, but right now it's very, very strange. So with these new mage items, we probably have a new max hit, actually, so we have to be careful. I imagine it's probably like a 46 or 47. Alright. Yeah, I could preemptively switch back to the gear I was in before, but that's just so much extra clicking. Okay, let's pick up all the potions. And we're going to switch into our range gear here. I mentioned this in the first raid, but I want to reiterate. The eating room was a little bit different before. The grubs were not stackable, so I had to run all the way to the chest first to dump all my potions into shared, and then all my regular gear into private, and then start opening these chests. But these days, it's different. So I can start opening chests while making my way over here. I am going to dump these potions into shade regardless, though, because we're not going to need all of that for Vespula. And actually, right here with this setup, I don't need my mage gear, and I won't need it until I'm at Ohm again. I'm pretty much done with the mage setup, so I can actually go bank that real quick. I think one of the craziest differences between our raids now and then is having the ability to just put away all our mage gear. Look at all this space we have, right, for potions and stuff. Alright, so one more chest right there. Alright. Deposit, and we should be good to go. We're going to open up private. There's a few things we need to grab. We're going to need the salve, the stamina, the pickaxe, and I believe that is it. So in the shared, overload and enhance, and then if the first raid showed us, we need a ton, absolute ton of restores. Alright, moving on. Overload and enhance. We're going to get that stamina going. We're going to need that for sure using the Bofa. Honestly, I wonder how many crystal charges I've lost to Vespula. Gone are the days where I'm constantly concerned about crystal charges for my armor, but man, was it a problem back then. Our DPS is not great right now. I think even for the Bofa standards, not just in general. There we go. That's a decent hit right there. There we go. There we go. It's evening out. Couple more hits here. One more, perhaps. Okay, we hit a 0. That should be it. Very nice. That was a 211 Vespula. Sounds about right, honestly. I think we'd be lucky if we got a sub 2. Alright, let's rearrange our inventory. Honestly, it feels very weird seeing all this empty space. And you know what? I was very adamant about moving my gear to the bottom of the inventory back then, so... Alright, here at Tightrope, another little change we have to make. I'm very accustomed to stepping out of range of the attacks, but I'm pretty sure I don't have to, as I'm 4-ticking the mobs here instead of using a twisted bow or something that's 5-tick. Nice and relaxing. I don't even have to click anything, you know? I will click on this brew, though, on the 15s to heal up. Oh, that is spooky. Alright, we're gonna heal up here. Honestly, I don't really remember how I used to deal with these rangers. I guess just face tank them? Probably step back and then restore our stats a little bit and then step back in. We are taking so much damage here. Jeez. Alright. $23 and we're making our way over to floor 3 of the challenge mode Chambers of Xerix. Alright, we're gonna equip our melee gear here with the pickaxe. And then we'll put away this revet, get 2? Yeah, let's go with 2. And then fill our inventory up with brews. We're gonna sip this stamina and we can actually bank that. Although, I mean, we have a ton of inventory space. I'm still very thrown off as to how much space we have. This is crazy. But, I mean, this is how it was back then. And these brews were very much needed. Alright, so our first run was a 52-minute solo CM, including a death at Vespula, which is actually a huge time killer. But 52 minutes for that setup? Pretty good, honestly. It probably could have been a sub 50. But for a first run in that setup again after who knows how long, pretty good, pretty good. Oh, not to mention that we also messed up on the Ohm P3 hand and we reset the melee, if I recall correctly. So with the gear upgrades we have now And hopefully we don't mess up. We will aim to do a better time than 52 minutes and some change. I feel like we can easily do a sub 50 in this setup. I mean, this dragon pickaxe we're using right now is an upgrade over the rune pickaxe. Surely a bit of time save even on this little section. But the Guardian's room is honestly kind of random. Even in speedruns, you'll see that sometimes people get like a 2-minute Guardian, sometimes a 1-minute. It's just, I don't know, it's a weird thing. This one was a 209, okay. Alright, let's go for the teleport skip again. I think we have it down now. It's fairly straightforward, honestly. Our both is absolutely noodling. Absolutely noodling. Quite unfortunate. These are our Fang specs. You know what? I think I was so desperate for space for more brews that I sometimes even dropped the Avas in favor of just camping the Fire Cape, because using a Bofa, you don't need to save your ammo. There is no ammo to save. Oh, we did forget to summon our thrall. It's coming back to me now. I'm looking at the timer right now as we're working on Vasa, and I think I used to call it good if I made it past Vasa before 30 minutes. That was kind of like a little mental checkpoint for me. So right now at 27:30, and we're working on Vasa, that's pretty good. Again, there's been many changes to the chambers over the years. Most of the changes making everything easier and quicker, actually. So Voss is definitely easier now than it was before. Yes, if you didn't know, when you have to run through Vasa or Vasa's running over you, if you protect melee, it does reduce damage. It's not going to completely protect you, but you will end up taking less damage. Alright, let's put the salve on. Let's hit the energy pool here. Not as important these days, but back then, definitely. Back then, I'd be very low on stamina right now, especially if I didn't hit that stamina pool after Vasa. Two years ago, I needed to bring 3 staminas into these solo CMs, but these days I can get away with 2. And honestly, in max gear, I can get away with just 1. I don't think I need to use any staminas, realistically, to get through the rooms at all. I feel as though these mystics, and just about anything in this raid actually, is just absolutely slapping me while I'm sitting in crystal. But again, I guess this is how it was back then. To think I did hundreds of raids like this is honestly kind of insane in hindsight. Like that guy just boxed me for like a 36 right there. Jeez. Let's lure this guy over. If he would like to cooperate. Thank you. Okay, let's start healing up. Let's put our anguish back on. Tendrils are already out, so no fancy skipping there. Pick up this axe. And let's start chopping. Everything hurts, but that's muddled out room for you, especially in the lesser gear. Holy. In Missouri and Oakplane, I'm definitely a little bit more tanky, and Missouri and Torva even. Obviously, there was an era where I was rocking Torva before the existence of Yama and Oakplate. Let's get our thrall going. We're in our melee gear here. We're gonna step under between each attack, as the Fang is 5 tick, and we're also gonna dump our spec here. There we go. Baby doll dealt with. We are just gonna safe up here. Unless you're planning on tick eating everything, it's always good to safe up here. But yeah, Monodal is much easier these days because, look, we saw the Momodal switch to attack mage, so we know after one mage attack, it's going to do at least 2 more mage attacks. So that was the second one, and we're expecting a third one right here. There it is. Now we can safely switch back to range. It still could mage, but the range hit a lot harder. There we go. That's the Momodal completed. Finished off. Now on Ohm. We have a spare overload and enhance, in which we're just going to get rid of those. Let's swap into our melee gear, although we are going to be binning this Fang. We're not bringing that into Ohm, obviously. We'll be swapping that out in favor of the Dragon Warhammer. Now, I can't tell you how many raids I've done where I've forgotten an item, and it's honestly so frustrating. And usually it's the Dragon Warhammer. There's been countless raids where I brought in the Fang instead of the Dragon Warhammer, which is really unfortunate. You know, this bronze axe, we're going to put it in our private storage. We're going to smuggle that out of here. Okay, and we also won't need the pickaxe, the salve. We will need the thrall book, though. We'll sort that out in a second. I'm actually going to bank the range gear here because I don't want it at the top of my inventory. I'm going to withdraw all my mage gear. There we go. And then we're going to want our range gear. We're going to forego the... the crystal helmet. Although I do think we could get away with bringing it now, but, you know, to be safe, we're going to... Let's see what our inventory situation's looking like, I suppose. We're going to want the overload and enhance. 3 restores, I think. And... yeah, I think this should be fine. We now have 1 less brew than we did in our first setup because we're bringing an Ancestral Hat. But I think we're going to be okay. In general, we're just so much more proficient at this raid now than we were back then. So I think this is more than enough. Are those famous last words? I'm not sure. We'll find out. We'll find out. So our hammer spec did land there, but it didn't do enough damage for him to What do you call it? You know what I'm saying? That. You know, that. Anyways, let's start mage running. Nice and easy. I'm unsure of my current max hit, but I imagine it's probably like a 46. Up from our previous 44, I think it was. Just a guess here. Again, didn't run the numbers. But, oh, 44 max hit. Okay, well. Still not hitting as hard as we would like, honestly. Let's get our melee thrall out. Portal. Let's see if we can get into cycle here. Break our old habits. Or new habits, depending on how you look at it. Are to attack twice, so we're going to 3-1 one time, I believe. Instantly run back. Okay, there we go. We just have to remember that. For anybody unaware of what I might be talking about here as I'm doing the 4-1 melee hand, is that I do 3-1 scythe, and during the 3-1 scythe, it's the same concept. However, you have to wait a tick whenever you run to the middle. So right here, with the lance, a 4-tick weapon, we have to instantly run back. But with the scythe, you would burn a tick there. And on the previous run, I just kept waiting a tick when I didn't have to. All right. P1 complete. 236. Okay, not bad. And we took pretty much no damage. Didn't have to heal at all, actually. And only sipped 1 revit dose. P2. Unfortunately, hammer misses, but we're going to go for a second one. That also misses. Unfortunate. Not to worry, we have the light bearer on, and we'll be able to spec one more time. At the start of the melee hand. I do find the 3-0 mage running with a 4-tick weapon more fun than the shadow method, the 12-0 and the 8-1. But obviously the DPS disparity is massive, so, you know, like, there's no reason why you wouldn't do the shadow method when you have a shadow. But somehow this is oddly more satisfying. Couple more hits here. That should do it. Let's summon our mage or our melee thrall. Oh, we bonked it. Okay, we land a hammer. Perfect. Oh, that is quite unfortunate. You know, I'm wondering if I overloaded too early there. I may have overloaded too early there. So, like, I started overloading from, like, 77 health, or whatever I was at, instead of the 99. And then we just ate a massive 30-something. Oh, that's not great. I need to refit at least one, you know? Okay, we're gonna have to 3-1 here. And now we should be in cycle again. Honestly, a shame that we once again died, you know? It does show you that, you know, gear is a big factor and being accustomed to your setup. I haven't done solo CMs in these setups in a long, long time, so I expect myself to do more damage. I expect to take less damage. And that's just simply not the case right now, so even though we are more comfortable with the raid in general and the mechanics, we just simply don't expect to get hit quite as hard, you know? Let's get our Mage Thrall going. So we are on P3 now, so we gotta be careful not to reset the hands. You know, it's not a good look right now. We've died on 2 out of 2 raids. Now, what I could do is run those back and pretend like those never happened, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. You know, like, we're gonna show that we've died, you know? It is what it is. Oh, okay. Alright, calculated. Alright, we're gonna send another hammer spec. And it's another miss. What can you do? Humble 0. Got the acid. We're going to try and do our best to stay in cycle here while dealing with the acid. Not perfect, but good enough. Couple more hits here. There we go. Quickly into the mage. Alright, no issues this time. Perfect. Let's get our range throw going. Let's get some early rubies this time. You know, unlike the first run where we couldn't get any rubies until it just didn't matter anymore. Well, first things first, let's try to get in cycle, shall we? That's pretty important. Since the crystal is nowhere near as tanky as fortified Missouri, And our Dragon Hunter crossbow, especially if we're not getting any rubies, is nowhere near the DPS as a twisted bow. We are going to have to try and make sure we eat on our 15s here to keep our health up. Right here, we just have to eat right here because that was in chance range. I know the Torva helm. Yeah, I guess the face guard is better, huh? I haven't used the face guard in so long that, I was just under the impression that the ancestral hat would be slightly better for me there, but if that was a Torva helm instead of the face guard, then yeah, that would be the case. I would wear the ancestral hat over it. Alright, we sat right at 43 health. That is the max hit, so not chancing that. I'm just gonna safe up here. Restore. Humble 0. On the off prey. Alright, there we go. That was a sub 50, a 46.29 with this setup. Pretty good. Pretty good. Rune arrows and grimy lantidimes. Again, the upgrades we got for this setup was the Aram's robe top, the ancestral hat, as well as one more thing that escapes me right now. What was it? Oh, the dragon pickaxe for guardians. Looks so goofy, man. So goofy. Alright, we're going to move on to the next setup here. What changed? Oh, this is okay. It's just one item, but this is pretty massive. This is pretty massive. We are now 2 completions in. We've done 2 different iterations of a solo CM setup with some upgrades in each one. For the second iteration, we had a bit more mage upgrades. We had the Aram's top and the ancestral hat. And our Guardian's room was sped up a little bit by having a dragon pickaxe. Now we have those plus the ferocious gloves. While there's only one little change here to this setup, the ferocious gloves are pretty massive. Our melee damage is going to go up. So without further ado, let's just pot up and do our third CM. It seems like we picked up these ferocious gloves very shortly after the Aram's robe top, because it was just 3 days later and we had the ferocious gloves added to our setup. All right, let's pot up. As I said, eat the tuna. I just withdrew 2 tunas. All right, there we go. Angler up and in we go. So at this point, we're going to be, I don't know, maybe midway through the series, or like, it's the 3rd episode at the very least. And currently what we are doing is we are going back in time and using old setups we used to use for solo CMs. And we're going to be incrementally upgrading our gear just as we did back then. For this one, we have the ferocious gloves. It's actually going to be pretty good DPS upgrades. Yeah, you just drag Tecton on the last hit, and then you have a bit more time. But, I'm comfortable doing what I'm doing. It's whatever. It's not really going to make a huge difference. So back then, I did use the Fang, the Osmumten's Fang for Tecton. However, I did not actually do this 5-tick method here. I just didn't know how to do it at the time. And it wasn't until, honestly, this is going to be embarrassing to say, but it wasn't until I got the scythe in which I learned how to do it. So I was not very efficient doing Tecton with a Fang 6-ticking it. Sometimes I did use the Elder Maul, though. Sometimes I brought it in which the Elder Maul is 6-tick, so it's not that bad. Okay, our Fang actually popped off right there. Wow, it's very low. This is a quick Tecton. You know what? It's the Ferocious Gloves. I'm just saying. It's the Ferocious Gloves. All right. We're going to sip this overload. I did bring the one shark in with me. I'm going to eat that. And we shall continue. I'll sip the ante right now. I think we have ample time for that to last through shamans. So not only is the Ferocious Gloves obviously an upgrade over the Barrow's Gloves for melee, but it actually fixes our inventory. It makes our inventory management a whole lot better as that crab got in the way. That is unfortunate. Because now we have 3 sets of gloves, one for each respective style, and I'm wasting a whole bunch of time here just yapping. All right, let's make sure we do this correctly. There we go. Oh, I'm staying here. We're staying here. Mage. Okay, we're good. Quickly hammer those again. Gotta stand here to get that crab out the way. It did not switch back in time. That is unfortunate. But yeah, a little bit distracted here, focusing on explaining. But basically, yeah, the Ferocious Gloves, clear-cut upgrade for melee DPS. But also, it equalizes our inventory a little bit as we have the Barrow's Gloves for range, the Tormentor Bracelet for mage, and now the Ferocious Gloves for melee. In our previous setup, I believe we got like a 46-minute and some change raid. So let's aim to beat that. Again, unfortunately, we did die on raid number 2 just as we did on raid number 1. So hopefully let's not die this time around, yeah? Alright, we are going to be scavving. Where's my Fang? There we go. Okay, I brought in this prayer pot, in which I don't need, so it's a bit of a waste, but I'm dropping the 2-doser right there just to make sure I have enough room for things. Actually, I just realized what I'm going to have to do here is I'm actually going to have to bank first. Yeah, because we wouldn't have had enough room right there regardless. So we have the storage built. We have some juice. We're going to need a little bit more though, so let's pick that up. And we definitely need mushrooms. All right, you know what? Or we can also save our 2-dose prayer potion that we just dropped. We'll chuck the supplies in the shared. We'll equip our Dragon Warhammer because we are going to spec Ice Demon in a little bit here. And we are good to go. Let's just start chopping and lighting the brazier. I hope in all these runs we do end up getting a purple because a purple is a pet roll. And aside from the 2000 CM cape, the pet is the only thing we are missing. I guess we're missing the 1500 CM cape too. That there's one before 2000. Let's get a second inventory of kindling here. And then we'll just get whatever we can while we still have the time. We do have the luxury of just dropping the axe these days, as we can pick up another one in the mudded out room. Alright, let's get everything out, put away all our mage gear. We'll keep the thrall book on us though, obviously. And we need the fang. And then we'll take our pots out and pot up, and we're good to go. Summon our thrall. Send a hammer spec that misses. We'll send another one. So just like we did in our first two inventory setups, we currently don't have a DPS spec weapon. No Dragon Claws, no Zarite Crossbow. Our only spec weapons is the defense draining Dragon Warhammer and this Osmumtum's Fang. So honestly, we're free to dump specs where we need to. I'm sure people could easily figure this out by now, but while I'm doing these solo CMs and recording these, I am also currently live streaming. So if anybody's tuning in and wondering what I'm doing, I'm purposely using gear from the past in our natural accounts progression, just recreating the setups that we used to use. I know these days very much Ice Demon is weak to Demon Bane, so we'd be using an Ember Light or an Arc Light or something. And yes, I actually have max gear, so I'm purposely undergearing myself for the purpose of the series. You're always wondering what I'm doing, you know, that's fair. You know, the thing is, even when I put a disclaimer, people just simply don't listen or read the disclaimer, and then they find some way to, you know, have their voices be heard. Alright, moving on from Ice Demon to Shamans. Let's get our Thrall going in here. Let's see if we can get it into a safe spot right away. Nope. Okay, I did not mean for the shaman to jump there, but it is what it is. Come on, just one more hit, please. Thank you. Oh, it has a sliver of health. Thrall, finish it, please? No? Okay. Oh my. It's got to be like 1 health right now, right? Alright, let's see if we can get this guy to jump. Thank you. It's always just much more convenient when you safe spot them. So in these earlier setups, I do elect to bring in the anti-poison. And that's because I'm unsure how long it takes for me to get the shaman sometimes, you know? This was definitely an issue in the past. I couldn't pre-pot it. These days, I definitely do pre-pot an anti-venom, and I don't have to worry about it when I get to shamans. But back then, that was something I had to worry about. So I elected to just bring an anti-venom into the raid and like usually drink it after Tecton or sometime before Ice Demon. All right, we are prepping, and we're gonna do this for every single raid. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna get the spade out, 13 juice, and 8 mushrooms. Okay, I actually got 9 there. I'm gonna put one of those away. We're gonna fill our inventory up with vials and then drop 4 of them. That way we have exactly 21 vials. So while we're prepping here, let me just talk about our future setups as we continue to progress here. The first mega rare honestly isn't gonna show up for quite a while. We camped chambers pretty hard going for the twisted bow, but unfortunately, it was a very, very long time until we got the twisted bow. And for reference, the twisted bow, despite me going for it first, ended up being the very last mega rare that we got. So a bit ironic. All right, that's 8 rivets. Now we got 13 vials, and we're going to pick 13 Buchus, or 12 more. We have one in our inventory. All right, as we move on to the next room, we're going to be making our brews at the same time. One of our long-term goals on this account is to eventually get the 2000 CM cape. And I suppose doing fun little challenges or recreations like this of the past is going to make the grind a bit more fun. All right, instead of withdrawing all here, I'm going to just manually click on everything because our inventory is just not set up like that, unfortunately. Not in this setup. Okay. And then we're going to want our Overload Enhance and some of the other potions. Switch into our mage gear. We're gonna want to. I was gonna say shadow, but we don't have a shadow at this point in time. Trident first. Ah, yes, 3 zeros. Okay, we got 1 hit at the end there. Very nice. Now we're gonna deal with the melee. Thanks, Beck. Oh, we hit pretty hard there. 1 HP. That's the room we have to work with there. If you're wondering why this melee Vanguard isn't actually hitting me, well, because it's stupid. Well, actually, the better explanation is that based on where the Vanguard spawn initially when you first enter the room, obviously they have their own attack ranges and stuff, and evidently, that tile I was standing on is just out of range. That's the quick and best way I could explain it without gapping. That's basically what happened there. Our DPS is looking pretty good on this Vanguard right now. Although we're only halfway through, I may have spoken too soon. Let's see how this Bofa does. We're still doing damage. Okay, the Trident actually did decent DPS there, not too bad. We'll just follow this Ranger. We're already in our melee gear. 1 more hit. And into our range gear for the Major. Alright, very clean vanguards, honestly. We didn't actually take that much damage. A 240? Honestly, a 240 has to be pretty good for this gear setup I'm in, right? Feels pretty good. Okay, so right here, for the purpose of inventory management right here, I'm going to swap to my range or my melee gear and then into the mage gear and then back into the range gear, and all of that is just so I don't have to rearrange my inventory by dragging things around. Because we are going to be bidding the mage gear. We don't need it for the rest of the raid until Ohm. We got ourselves some bats. We might as well heal up off of those. 3 points. We'll move the thrall book and the rune pouch to the bottom of our inventory, just to keep things organized. Alright. Alright, let's go into private storage here. Bin all the mage gear, as I said. We will need the pickaxe, the salve, a stamina, and I think that's it. Alright, we're going to need an overload and a ton of revitalizations out. And we're good to go. Alright, will this Vespula take over or under 2 minutes? Let's find out. Two zeros to start us off. Oh, you know what I should have done was overload before I came in here. Because now it's a little bit awkward. We had the 2 bats on us though, so that keeps us safe. Now if I could do some damage on the portal, that'd be fantastic. So when you use a 5-tick weapon for the Vespula portal here, you always have to wait a tick on this tile right here. Where if the 4-tick weapon though, nope, you just keep sending it, and if you're not accustomed to it, it can get kind of sketchy and you might mistime your prayers and end up dying, which is actually how I went out the first time around. So let's avoid doing that. When you're standing on this outside tile right here, you actually have all the time in the world. Basically, you're in no rush. A couple more hits. Please. That should do the trick. Start healing up. Okay, we can get rid of one of the overloads and enhances. We don't need to hold on to that many. Make room for some brews. Make sure to get our thrall going. You know, it is nice to do this room with a 4-tick weapon. You just stand here, Turn on your prayer. Click the mobs. Don't have to do anything. With a 5-tick weapon, you gotta step back and stuff. 49 max hit. Okay, we are getting kind of slapped right now, though. Okay, I suppose we can swap into our cape and face guard just for a little bit of extra range defense. It's probably not much, but... Ouch. Alright, this guy needs to relax. Dude! This is very rough in the bow for crystal armor. We need to hit bigger numbers. That should do the trick. Alright, the time to beat is roughly 40... I already forgot. 46? That was the time we got on the previous raid without Ferocious Gloves. Alright, we're going to sip the stamina and bank it. Then we'll just bring out a whole bunch of brews and whatnot. And off we go. Yeah, this is very strange, right? We have a 7-way range switch. Actually, I suppose we have a 7-way range switch in our most recent setup now, too, with the Twisted Bow, Missouri. I bring a Missouri mask now, too. Although that's probably not very helpful. I don't know. I haven't ran the numbers. But the only reason I bring the Missouri mask these days is because I have the Avernic Treads now, which opens up more space. I don't need to bring Eternal Boots. And that's where the extra space opens up. I do need to do a bit more optimizing on my new setups. I haven't ran those for very long. And these days, the game has so many updates. Like, it was only a couple of months ago where we got Yama, and then we got Doom of Mocha. That's a lot of items right there. Ah, this feels like a pretty quick Guardians room right now. Curious to see what the time's going to be. Couple more hits here. That should do it. Yes, sir. Get into our range here. Now, we've done this Vasa teleport skip a few times now. I think that might have been our 3rd or 4th try at it. Honestly, not too bad. Not too complicated. Well, let's get our Thrall going. Pretty good DPS on this Vasa crystal. With a 4-tick weapon at Vasa, it's just nice and simple. You click boss, you move, you click boss, rinse and repeat. With a 5-tick, you gotta be a little more specific with your timing. Also, right there for that entire section after the Vasa crystal, I didn't have my anguish on. That's unfortunate. I think that was a Thrall KO on the Vasa crystal there. If you ever find yourself in a position where you need to run through Vasa, protecting melee as you're going through does reduce the amount of stomp damage you're going to take. Oh, let's use some of our Fang spec. With the light bearer on, we just constantly have spec. Especially since the Fang only does 25, or uses 25 spec energy. Looks like we will be teleported here. Pretty standard using a Bofa, unfortunately. And no Dragon Claws or a ZCB to speed up either the Vasa crystals or the boss itself. Huge specs, Fang specs on the Vasa crystal there. Wow, it's been over 2 minutes because our Thrall just timed out. That's the boss down though. Pick up the Overload and the 2 brews. I'm actually going to re-overload right now and start brewing up while we run to Mystics. Get our enhance going as well. I'm back. Are you rich yet? Unfortunately not. We've actually died on every single raid we've done so far. We're on our 3rd one. We haven't died yet. We haven't died yet on this 3rd one. So, there's a chance. There's a chance. I was saying earlier how, you know, since I'm recording this series, I could just as easily redo the first 2 ones and pretend like I never died, you know? But we're not going to do that, you know? We're going to be transparent and be like, yes. As a matter of fact, I have done 1200 CMs, and yes, I did die. One out of 3 mystics. Wearing this crystal armor dealing with these things in the CMs makes me think I'm like on my 50 defense account or something. And you know what? Oh man, if I ever do decide to go for CM KCs on the 50 defense account, it's gonna be real painful, huh? Real painful. It's like, ah, yes, let me just prep 50 brews real quick, because Mystics is going to use about 25 of those. The other 25? Mudadials. After that, we're going to have to prep more again for Ulm. Alright, that is Mystics complete. Let's get our Anguish back on. Tendrils haven't spawned yet. Let's go for the Tendril skip. Oh my god, we're crazy. How did we do it? We saved a tick or something like that. Let's begin chopping the tree. Whenever you're chopping a tree in Mudadial Room, just assume you're never safe. Always brew when you can. Just like that, we lost like 30 health right there in one chomp. So we're gonna brew back up. Couple more chops here. Summon or Thrall preemptively as well. Alright. We're gonna melee this bad boy. Oh, don't have our defender on. Step under. Attack, and then step under, repeat. Honestly, this method is much safer than when I'm shadowing the Multistreaming because, you know, when you're in mage gear, you're quite literally wearing paper. Alright, on to the Multistreaming. Please be humble. Bofa, please do a little more damage. We're just gonna safe up here. Alright, not very humble right now, I gotta say. Oh my goodness. We're chugging? We're chugging. Always a little sketchy when you have to re-overload in the middle of the Multistreaming room. Because you might just combo yourself out. We're okay though. Multistreaming room complete. On to Ohm. About 34 minutes right now heading into Ohm. Is this faster or slower than the previous run? I'm not sure. Not sure. Now let's gear up accordingly. First things first, we want our hammer, not our fang. Mage gear. And then our Dragon Hunter crossbow. We're going to forego the crystal helmet. We're going to roll with 3 restores. Wait, we're now down to 5 brews. No, I think we're going to roll with 2 restores. I think we can get away with that now. Oh, and you know what? We're going to sip this stamina. This is more of a new thing that I do now, but I'm going to sip the stamina and bank it. Now we have pre-potted our stamina and we have a 4 dose in our inventory. That's going to enable us to get an extra... Well, we don't have any extra brews. Alright. Well, we'll just bring 3 restores. Where's our extra brews? Never mind. Hammer spec. Misses. Second one. Lands. Okay. Okay, we already summoned our thrall. Oops. Oh, it's on long range. Okay, that's why we didn't get dragged right there. Let's get into cycle. Little bit of a spoiler, I suppose, but none of these chamber setup iterations are going to involve me using a Sang Staff. If anything, we're going to be jumping from the Trident straight to the Shadow, as I actually pulled a Shadow before a Sang staff at Theater of Blood. So yes, we quite literally did hundreds, closer to 1,000, if anything, of solo CMs with a Trident of the Swamp. And then another 200 to 300 with the Shadow. But never the Sang staff. Alright, Mage Hand done. Let's go send another spec. We didn't have the Ferocious Gloves on. Didn't matter for the spec anyways. Melee Thrall. Let's see if we're in cycle. A lightning comes out, so. When lightning comes out, we 3-1 twice, I believe. Portals are out too, though. Gonna make the head turn here. Very nice. $54 max hit. Lightning is out. 3-1 twice, I believe. Well, not if the portals are out. Where's... I can't see the portal. Well, that was convenient. Oh. Spooky. Honestly, as high health as we were at 39, we were chanced twice there because the max hit is a 43. Okay, we're finally in cycle as the hand has 18 health left and it's done. You know, assuming we don't die, in which currently in the series we don't have a good track record of, we're 0 for 2 right now, our chances out of purple should be pretty good. Every Iron and next FFA has the Infernic Treads, and they're all between 0 and 40 KC. Well, the KC only shows 1 through 8 completions, you know? You got plenty of people farming and leaving before 8. Which is exactly why I've explained that, in my opinion, you can very much farm the Doom of Mocha. Getting one delve 1 through 8 completion is not too tough of a thing to do, and certainly not farming 1 through 7 or 1 through 6, whatever you're more comfortable with. Rio Mage running nice and comfy. Okay, I hesitated right there because I was looking for what health it was. Didn't want to reset the hand, you know? Once again, didn't get our Ferocious Gloves on in time. That's a little unfortunate. Did I summon a Melee Thrall? Not sure if I did or not. Oh, that's not good. Oh, didn't turn the head. Another hammer fails to land. That's quite unfortunate. It's going to be a rough one. It's going to be a rough one. Oh. For some reason, I thought I was on P3. I'm on P2. There we go. Well, it's better that that happens and me not realizing I'm on P3 and then resetting the hands. Do I chance it at 43 health? I'm going to do it. Oh, humble 0. So we got no hammer specs on this hand, and with the lance, yeah, this is pretty miserable. Look, we just hit like 6 straight zeros, I think. If you didn't know, you can save a bit of stamina depending on which side you're meleeing on. So right here on this side, I can just walk 2 tiles like that. West and east. And that's because the flame wall, or I should say the regular wall, is only 2 tiles away. Whereas if you're meleeing on the other side, which I'll showcase on P3, you're most definitely going to have to run all the way to the edge there in order to place the flame wall in its correct position. I'm too busy talking here, and I actually fell out of cycle. Unfortunate, but just one more hit here. Nope, Thrall KO. All right, there we go. All right, now we're on P3. Another hammer missed. And another one missed. Alright, I believe our max hit is a 44. What? The head didn't turn there? That's a shame. It appears this run is actually going to be slower than the previous one, if I'm not mistaken. Just comes down to the RNG sometimes, you know? Especially when we're only doing one run with each setup. Well, I didn't have piety on there. That didn't help. So right here on this side, we do have to run out specifically to the side like that in order to place the flame wall in the proper position. Oh my goodness, a 41. Well, that's just not nice. Another melee phase where we have to do it with no hammer specs land. That's quite unfortunate. Alright, auto twice there, so we're going to 3 to 1. Very slow. Yeah, you know what? I think more than anything, it comes down to hammer specs during Ohm here. We just haven't landed any, honestly. And with this gear setup, it is very make or break. We do have spec again now, though, but at this point, it's like 100 health, so... Our brew situation is really not looking good for a head phase. We might have to 2-0 for the bulk of it again. We would be ever so slightly more tanky if we were actually wearing Bandos Tacits rather than these Blood Moons. But like I said, we don't have any of those, so... Alright, we're gonna 4-1 here for as much as we can, but if our supplies are out, we'll have to 2-0. Pretty good so far, though. What would help is a ruby. We're just going to ignore that. There we go. We get a ruby. A 78. I mean, I guess that's higher than our max hit. Which I actually have no idea. Absolutely zero idea what it is. Alright, this entire head phase so far, we've gone one ruby prop. Oh! Too late now, man. Too late now. Oh my... Yeah, okay, game. Okay, game. Oh, okay. Oh, chance. Oh, we finished it. Whew. Okay, another raid completed. This time around, we didn't die. We got 64,000 points and some change. And that's just because of how slow we were. You actually get more points if you're slower at Vasa, because you're going to deal with more Vasa crystals, meaning more points. And the boss is also going to heal up more. Actually, I don't know if the boss healing gives you more points, but the more crystals you deal with, definitely. At least up until a certain point. I'm sure there's a cap. What's our loot? 32 runite ore and some dwarf weeds. Actually, a whole lot of dwarf weeds. 1.5 mil worth of loot. We just got like 3 rubies there, a back-to-back, mind you, when I was complaining about rubies, and it was like, those rubies did like 1 damage. One moment. Alrighty, let's take a look at what our next setup is going to be. Alright, what has changed in this setup? At a first glance, I actually have no idea. I actually have no idea. Oh, we got an Infernal Cape. And I think right around this time, we also got our Vernic. No, we've had the Dragon Hunter crossbow. Even before we did CMs, we've had the Dragon Hunter crossbow. July 13th, 2023. Moving on to our fourth setup here. We got ourselves the Inferno Cape. I have it listed down here July 13th, 2023, which I think is only maybe a week after the previous setup we did prior. Around this time, we might have actually genuinely got the Avernic. Like I said, I did my best to replicate the entire setup, but I am missing some stuff on an Ironman that I used to have, but I don't have now. For example, Bandos Tassis. Offensively, I do believe the Blood Moon is the same as the Bandos, but I actually am handicapping myself a little bit here, as Blood Moon has like no defense. Also, I am wearing Dragon Boots, but I did have Primordials at this time. Same concept, I just don't have Primordials anymore. But yeah, big upgrade here, the Inferno Cape, as well as the Vernic Defender. All right, without further ado, let's pot up and get in there. If you guys are just tuning into this live stream as I'm recording or into the video, we are doing a series currently where I'm recreating the gear setups we've done throughout our many solo CM runs. And yeah, back 2 years ago, around 2023, these were the setups we were rocking with in the early days of doing solo CMs. Unfortunately, we only land the one guaranteed hammer. So things like that, obviously, we cannot recreate. These days, with some of the changes are just permanent in-game changes. So you're always going to land at least one hammer at Tecton, no matter what you do. One of the other changes is I actually did have an Elder Maul at this point already. I believe I pulled one in a regular chambers rather than a CM. But back then, the Elder Maul was not a spec weapon. Also, while I did use a Fang back then for Tecton, I didn't know how to do this walk around 5-tick method. So I was actually 6-ticking the Fang. Which, you know, in hindsight, man, is that terrible, but that's just what I was doing back then. So only having hit the one hammer here, pretty unfortunate damage. But yeah, we do have the Infernal Cape now. The previous 3 runs, we did, we were still rocking the Fire Cape at the time. But in the middle of the year 2023, that's when we first got the Infernal Cape on this account. Major milestone, to say the least. Oh, I horribly mistimed this. Perhaps I should have gone for the second hammer spec, because I am wearing a light bear. Just as I've explained previously in the other videos, I've been light bearer camping in these early runs, and not bringing a ring switch was honestly a mistake. Again, these are things in hindsight, like what I know now, I probably would not do some of the things that I've done. Well, I mean, what can you do? I'm just recreating the exact setups to the best of my abilities on how I used to run these. And back then, I light bear camped. Dude, our thrall just expired. Also, I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm definitely messing up. Please. Thank you. We're gonna sip the ante. Give me the revet, please. Thank you. Any good loots? Unfortunately, not so far. We still have plenty of raids to do here, though, so, you know, at some point, I think we'll get something good. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a purple either. I wouldn't mind getting a big Renard drop or something like that right now. That'd be great. But, you know, obviously, if I get a purple, I'm taking that purple, right, you know? I'm not complaining about that. Where's the scav? Hiding all the way in the back. Thank you, thank you. You know, when we get a purple, maybe we'll get a pet along with it, too, where we actually are due. I don't know the exact amount of purples we have now, but I think we're in the 80s. Oh, you know what? My inventory is so incredibly full, I do have to drop these pots there to make room for my juice and mushrooms. I guess I only needed to drop one of those potions. Alright, we have enough planks to make the massive storage unit, and I actually didn't pick enough mushrooms up, so let me make sure to run back and grab those real quick before they despawn. Give me the shrooms. On the lockpick? You know what? We'll take the lockpick. Alright. A little bit out of sequence than what we normally do, but nonetheless, we are ready to chop some saplings, get some kindling, pick our tinderbox up. Wow, this tree, the sapling, broke again on the last run. This is the same exact one. Oh, messed up the timing. Let's get one full inventory here, 28. I think I failed to mention this in the previous three. I did mention in the thieving room the grubs being stackable now. Same thing with the kindling here, actually. They used to be not stackable, but these days they are. You still are capped to one inventory's worth, though. You can't get more than 28 kindling in your inventory. I'll tell you what, you know, we finally got to put the Inferno Cape on, and it looks so good in this setup. Alright, last batch of kindling. Let's hurry up and get our gear out. We're on our 4th raid now, and while the gear has changed from raid to raid, it's very incremental. And I'm starting to get accustomed to the items I'm bringing in and actually gearing and de-gearing quickly in between rooms. So between this run and the last run, we have started to bring some more melee upgrades now. Recently we got the Ferocious Gloves, and in this one we have the Inferno Cape. So that's a good couple of melee max hits right there. I'm going to mention the lack of a ring switch again, though, because I just can't believe it in hindsight. Bringing a Berserker ring would be so good. You know, it feels like the extra melee switches and upgrades is already paying off. For one thing, we hit 2 hammers on Ice Demon, and then we just absolutely annihilated it right there. Holy. Alright, on to Shamans. Oh, Okay, I was gonna ask whether or not they would cooperate. This one's gonna walk straight into a safe spot. Very nice. Summoner throw. While we're working on these shamans here, I want to reiterate, right now we are working in the middle of a series. If you guys are just tuning into the stream live right now, or later on in this video, this is actually the 4th video in this little mini solo CM series. Actually, you know, by the time we're done, I don't know if we can call this a mini series. We might have a good bit of videos. We are going to be doing more CMs where we keep... Basically, anytime we get an upgrade, we're going to do another solo CM, right? And while I'm not going to, you know... Like, next raid, I'm not going to add 1 item. I might add, like, 2 or 3 items. It just depends on how long it took me to get items at the time and whatnot. But yeah, we're going to be doing several more videos. And right now, as it stands, our gear setup is far from the max setup we have now. So, yeah, plenty more to come. And I'm curious to see how much faster we are going to get over time. Alright, final shaman. Done with. Was able to easily safe spot the 2. Nice and easy. A 149 though. Huge difference between the Bofa and the Twisted Bow. Shocker, right? I do believe if you have a shadow in challenge, even in challenge modes, the shadow is actually a little bit better than the Bofa. I could be mistaken, and things could change now with the different gear subs available. But I guess the point is, actually, in regular chambers, the shadow is better than the Twisted Bow in most rooms, which is interesting. Alright, with all the gear changes and whatnot, the one constant in all of these runs is our prep. We're going to be doing 13 juice and 8 mushrooms. Turn those into 13 brews and 8 restores, respectively. Prepping the exact same way every time. You know, before it escapes us, let me just see what our completion time was on the previous run. Or is that gone already? Scroll up. That was a 48-minute and 53-second raid, which I believe is actually slower than the previous one, but I suppose that just comes down to RNG and stuff. I know for a fact on our previous run, we barely hit any hammers at Ohm, so that was probably a pretty long Ohm. Of course, there also could have been disparities in the regular rooms as well. I think the lack of a Berserker ring and obviously an Ultra ring, although I do believe at this point in time Desert Treasure 2 perhaps didn't exist, or even if it did, I just quite simply wasn't ready for that grind yet. I did spend a ridiculous amount of time focusing solely on chambers, even if there were perhaps some upgrades I could have gone outside chambers. I was just determined at this stage of the game. But yeah, if you know when the exact release date for Desert Treasure 2 was, do let me know. Alright. We've re-geared, brought a couple of potions out, ready for Vanguards. Even on this 4th raid, we still did not have any damage spec weapons. No Dragon Claws, no Zerite crossbow. We are going to put our Trident on long range for this, so we don't get dragged out like that. I forgot to bring the rune pouch, so even though I have the thrall book, no thralls currently. Not to worry though, when I say I forgot, it is just in the private storage. Like, it's in the raid, I just didn't take it out. Didn't completely forget it, you know? That would have been bad. So like most people, my Ironman account is not the first account I've played on in old school RuneScape. I have a normal main account. So it's crazy to think that like in 2023, I got myself the Inferno Cape. That was already 2 years ago. Is my trident gonna do any damage here? A little bit. Just a little bit. But yeah, it's been 2 years since I got my first Inferno Cape on an Ironman account. And I think it was only about a year prior, maybe a little bit more, some change, that I got an Inferno Cape on my main. But here we are 2 years later. Oh, a 55 max hit with the spec. I do believe at this point in time, my Iron Man was still not maxed yet. I did get the Inferno Cape before I maxed, whereas on the main, it was the other way around. I maxed the account first, and then decided to go for the Inferno Cape. But I guess, like, having already done one cape prior, it did give me a little confidence boost to get an Inferno Cape relatively early. I say relative because, you know, I think it's the standard that most people go for the Inferno Cape after they max. At least that's what it was like back then. Maybe with all the knowledge people have now in the game and the gear upgrades and whatnot, people are a little bit more confident to go for it earlier. Oh wow, we have no food left. Luckily we got rid of that major. There is a brew on the ground if we need it. I think we're okay though. Alright, let's just deal with that real quick. It's literally 1 HP. Boom, there we go. Now rip our switches. The melee. That's not my face guard. One more hit. Get those brews over there. Thank you very much. Alright, again, we're gonna, just as we did last raid, we're gonna do some preemptive switching here to organize our inventory. We want our range gear equipped and our melee gear at the top, and then this mage gear below the melee gear, as we're gonna put that in storage. We won't need it until the final Ohm fight. Maybe another chest of grubs. We should be good. Alright, private storage. Bin all our mage gear, minus the thrall book. We need our pick, salve, a stamina, our rune pouch, which we should have already had out, but we just didn't. Alright, we need a whole bunch of restores in a brew or two. Off to Vespula we go, where we're gonna hemorrhage. Is that the right word? We're gonna bleed crystal charges. I gotta say, 4 ticking the Vespula portal is a lot more spooky than 5. You really gotta be on point here. Of course, you can slow down if need be, but with the 4 tick, you just want to go fast, you know? Make sure you're hitting every 4 tick. You know, this is exactly why people avoid the Vespula room in normal rates. And this is also why most Ironmen probably opt against doing challenge modes until they have a twisted bow. Because that Vespula room took 1 minute and 52 seconds. Probably took who knows how many crystal charges. And took like 5-6 restores right there. But the reason I did challenge modes from the get-go as soon as possible was because I valued the consistency and the lack of outside resources you needed to use for this raid, actually. Moving on to tightrope here. We're going to 8 on our 15s here at 145. One more hit, and that's the majors dealt with. Onto the rangers, which absolutely smack. I gotta stop stepping back. That's not necessary unless I'm running the risk of dying. Not with the 4-tick weapon, you don't have to step back. As long as I brew at the right timing here. Ouch. It's kind of funny because I still have a fighter torso and just Blood Moon Tassies at this point, and those are actually not better range defense options. Actually, I suppose the Tassies are, but not the torso. Okay, we'll just grab one more restore and fill our inventory up with brews, just as we've done in all the other raids. Until we have a Shadow and Ancestral, we're going to have all this room in our inventory to work with, because the mage setup, quite frankly, is not worth bringing down into the 3rd floor here if you have like a Trident or something. Not really going to use it anywhere. Now, if you didn't have a I should say, if you had a twisted bow and you didn't have the Bofa, then probably bring a trident is worth it. At least for the Mudadar room while you're chopping the tree. But I still probably wouldn't bring like a 6 or 7 or even 8-way mage switch just for floor 3 here. Unless you have the shadow. I can turn Prey melee off here. I actually took a bit of damage early at this Guardian's room. Sometimes it's just a little unfortunate, you know? You know, 26 minutes into this recording, 25 minutes into this raid. I had to double check there if I was recording. I would have cried if I wasn't. Alright, Guardians dealt with. We're going to be utilizing the Vasa teleport skip. In which I actually messed up that time. That's unfortunate. I think I may have lost a tick there. But you know what? It's not the end of the world when you mess that up, because you just do Vasa like normal. Our inventory is a bit of a mess. One more hit? Nope, okay. Thought I could sneak in one more Bofa shot there, but I guess not. Another teleport. Yeah, too bad this Infernal Cape upgrade doesn't actually help me with making my Bofa hit harder on Vasa, right? I mean, I suppose it technically helps with the crystals. You know what's actually a pretty cool look, though? When you're wearing Crystal and you have an Inferno Cape on, in which this is actually a relatively common sight to see, because obviously you don't need any ammo saving for the Bofa. So oftentimes people will elect to drop the Assembler in favor of some more inventory space for other things. Finally, Vasa goes down. That was probably over 2 minutes, I imagine. That's a 3-minute Vasa. Sheesh. That's just how it goes, though. And that's just how it was. Salve on. I think at some point here, I am going to swap the Dragon Boots into the Avernic Treads. The Avernic Treads are a little bit better than the Primordial Boots, but you know, I'm not sure. Are Primordials closer to the Dragon Boots than they are Avernic Treads? We'd have to look at the stats there, but we're not going to worry about it too much because, you know, we are incrementally upgrading here. The difference is when I finally make the jump to Prims, I think by that point we'll have so many other upgrades to where, like, that's a little bit, you know, like, indifferent, you know, it's not as important. And we're just gonna wear the Avernic Treads. Because all these runs, I've already had the Primordial Boots, technically. But I just simply don't have them available now, so I've opted to use the Dragon Boots. You know what? I just made the realization I do have a dupe pair of Avernic Treads. In which... Okay, this is not a great situation right here. I could get Mike Tyson'd. Please! Oh, we'll just lure them over here. It's easier. Whew. Well, yeah, I just made the realization I do have a set of dupe Avernic Treads that don't have the Cerberus boots put into them. I suppose we could wear those. Couple more hits here on the Mystics, then we'll be heading into the dreaded Muttadal room. You know, Jagex knew what they were doing when they made the challenge mode layout and said, yeah, we're gonna put Muttadal right before Ulm. The very last room. They knew what they were doing. Chop the tree, please. Finally. The baby doll's going around the world right now. And comes flying in for the melee hit. I did elect to pray Augury right now in favor of some magic defense. But as soon as we're done chopping the tree like so, we're going to rip our switches into melee gear. Make sure our Thrall is out. Pray Piety. Dump our Fang specs. You know, the overload timings are very odd, too. Like, we're in the middle of Muttadals now, like, well into the middle as we're finishing up the baby doll here. And our overload's gonna expire in 20 seconds. Like, that doesn't really happen these days, but in this setup, how long it took us to get here? Yeah, odd timing. And now we have to overload while dealing with the Momadal, which is scary. Here we go. We're just gonna brew nice and early here because I just don't even want to run the risk of even dying here. That'd be so tragic. It's always a big tilter when you die at Muttadal out of all things, because you just lose so many points. At least when you die at Ulm, like, yeah, you still lose a lot of points when you die at Ulm, but it's like, you know, it's the final boss fight. It's a little bit more acceptable to die there. It's understandable. Okay, Muttadal room completed. 34 minutes heading into Ulm. Honestly, the pacing is pretty similar to the last two raids, I think. I did say this before, but when you're only doing one raid per setup here, it just comes down to RNG. I mean, it's like, now when we get to full Ancestral, Oath Plate, Torva, we got the mega rare items and stuff, there's going to be a clear difference, right? But when we're doing incremental upgrades like this, perhaps it might not be as apparent sometimes. We're smuggling a bronze axe out of here. All right, where's the hammer? There's our hammer. Thank you. Again, foregoing the crystal helm just as we did in all our other runs. Just for inventory space. That's our spade. That's not a brew. Okay, we are going to heal up here and then overload again, as weird as that sounds. Oh, and of course we are going to sip the stamina and then bank it in favor of some other supplies. So I'll get rid of the stamina. And we will bring... Well, we don't actually have too many supplies. You know what, we'll take this 3-dose restore. I know I had like some spares in there that I can combine to make a full one, but it doesn't really matter too much. 2 restores is more than enough, I believe. Okay, Infernal Cape surely was the reason why we just hit that huge hammer spec, right? Let's make sure our staff is not a long range, so we do the 3-0 mage running properly. So interesting the way things have played out. In the early few raids, the first 2, I believe, we mostly got mage upgrades. The Aram's Top, the Ancestral Hat. And then in the more recent ones, the last 2, we got the Ferocious Gloves and we got the Infernal Cape, so melee upgrades. I can tell you now, for the longest time, our range setup is not going to change. I did already tell you that, you know, in ironic twist of fate, that despite going for the Twisted Bow first as my first Mega Rare, it ultimately became the last Mega Rare I got. Lightning's out, so we're going to 3-1. Twice, I believe. And now we're in cycle, and the hand is dead. That was good DPS right there. Honestly, a 217, pretty good, I think. I don't know if it's just the nostalgia goggles on or what, but the 3-0 mage running and the 4-1 with the lance just seems more satisfying than the scythe and shadow methods these days. You 45 max it, okay. So when we're fully potted up at 120 magic, it's going to be a 45 max hit. Okay. But I think even if it drops to like 119, then it drops to a 44 max hit, is what I'm noticing. It's actually kind of funny how long these mage hands last. With the shadow, you just absolutely obliterate it. Especially with the more recent upgrades in the Avernic Treads and the Confliction Gauntlets. Okay, it autoed twice, so we're going to have to 3-1. We're sitting just above the chance range of its max hit. And now we're below it, but we know we're in cycle, so we're not going to get hit. We're going to eat on our 15s here. Keep our stats up. Oh, acid. We're going to do our best to avoid damage, but it's not going to be perfect by any stretch of the imagination. We're about to get hit here, so definitely brew. It was a humble 0 on prey, though. But you never know. A range 43 could come out of nowhere. And I can tell you from personal experience that has happened to me on many, many occasions. And it's just one of those like discipline things. Like you think you can get away with it, you see it coming, but you're just thinking, there's no way it's gonna max hit me off prey, right? No way. And then boom, you're dead. So I do my best to just always heal if I'm below the max, or if I'm at or below the max hit. It's just not worth it, you know? Unfortunately, both hammer specs miss. Okay, we are on P3 now. Nice and easy. P3, don't reset the mage hand, just a self-reminder. That's a... Okay. That was a chance at resetting there. Oh, didn't have our torture on, but doesn't matter. Okay, so right here, the crystal came out and it autoed me twice. So I'm gonna 1 to 0 here, and then I'm gonna 3 to 1. And that should get us into cycle, I believe. Yep, perfect. Very glad that we at least hit one hammer here. In our previous few runs, we haven't had such luck on the hammer specs at home, so it's been a lot more rough than it should be. That's the melee hand down. And that's the, I can't speak. I was switching in my range gear there, so I wanted to say range, because I was thinking about the range gear. But that was the mage hand. Alright, in our previous two head phases, we've been unable to get any timely ruby specs. Will we get any this time? Okay, we've fallen out of cycle here thanks to that flame wall. And actually a little bit before that even. Well, not a ruby, but that was a max hit. Alright. Okay, I don't even know where those pools went, so we're just going to ignore that. Very humble tank there on the mage hit. That was off prey. In Crystal, our magic defense is better than the range defense, though, obviously. So, no rubies. Quite unfortunate. We're not going to get a single one. And at this point, I don't want one at this point, with it being just over 100 health left. But you know what? I fully expect one to happen because the game's just going to troll me that way, right? Or, you know, we can hit a bunch of zeros. Okay, wow. No rubies. That is a 46-45. Can confirm, in fact, that is a quicker rate than the last, so that's good news, I suppose. By about 2 minutes, I think. We get saltpeter and silver ore, so not very interesting there, unfortunately. But there you go. That was another raid with just one upgrade, but arguably a pretty significant one. The Infernal Cape over the Fire Cape. So that was a nice one to do. We have entered the Inferno Cape era. All right, I probably have time for one more. Currently I have 6 setups set up. We did 4 so far. We're gonna do the 5th one now, and then we'll just have to continue the rest of the setups and make more setups the next time around. All right. What? Oh, this is a big one. This is a big one. I don't know if you. Oh, you guys can't see it. Well, actually, you guys can see in the bank. We got ourselves the ancestral robe top for this one. Oops. Blood Moon. I messed up the preset here. Gear up. All right, this one's probably gonna be the last one for right now. All right. This is the 5th iteration of our solo CM setups. If you guys are new, make sure to tune into the first video where we were geared up in some pretty scuffed gear to say the least. And throughout the raids, we've been marginally increasing and upgrading our gear just based on the timeline of how we actually progressed on an Ironman in real time. This is currently a series where we recreate to the best of our abilities the setups we had at the time. So that's why we have our fighter torso, our dragon warhammer, and whatnot. And in the last video, that was the first raid where we introduced the infernal cape. There are a few exceptions, though. Obviously, things like the Blood Moon Tassets didn't exist 2 years ago. Or maybe it did. Maybe it did. But more specifically, I had Bandos Tassets at this point in time. And unfortunately, on my Ironman account, I don't have those anymore. So we're just using Blood Moon Tassets in its place. Which, if I'm not mistaken, offensively, it's the same stats. And the Blood Moon Tassets are actually worse defense than the Bandos Tassets. For the bulk of the previous runs, we technically only had a Dragon Defender available at the time, but another case where I don't have a Dragon Defender anymore, and I wasn't about to go farm one, so we've been using the Avernic. And obviously, these Avernic treads are very, very new in the grand scheme of things, but previously I've been using Dragon Boots, whereas I technically had Primordial Boots at this point in time already. I think our gear has progressed enough to where I'm just going to slap on these Avernic treads now. Other than that, the big change from this setup to the previous ones is the presence of the Twisted Ancestral Rope Top. Okay, not necessarily twisted. I don't think I had a kit yet, but, you know, the Ancestral Rope Top. Just got a Twitch follow there, appreciate it. I am currently live streaming these runs as well, and then we'll be turning these into video formats available later. All right, enough yapping. That was like 2 minutes of talking. Let's gear up. Well, we're already geared up. Let's pot up. Divine Super Combat. I don't know why I took out this ante. I want a tuna to get us to 99 health. Okay, I just sipped the ante. Oops. And an angler to get us to 121. I am going to bring out another ante. With these earlier setups, it is a little questionable whether or not we have enough time to pre-pot an anti-venom and then make it to shamans and past shamans. I could pre-pot an extended anti-venom plus that's available these days from Araxite or Araxor, but that seems kind of expensive. Okay, we only hit the one hammer. That's okay. You know, I gotta say, if we weren't doing this recreation of these solo CM setups, I would not be wearing this gear. I got a fighter torso on, Blood Moon Tassets, and then the Avernic treads, as well as the Natus Knot face guard. This is a pretty cool looking combination, but definitely not a combination I would have had at any point in time in the past. At least not this specific one, right? Like, I would be rocking Primordials right now. And these days, I'd be just wearing my Max Oath Plate Torva combination and all that. Alright, I think for a one hammer Tecton there and with a Fang, that was pretty decent DPS right there. It is going to heal up a little bit at the anvil now, though. So there are still many, many different iterations that we're going to be doing for the solo CM mini-series here. But, you know, this kind of gives me an idea. We can kind of do a similar concept at TOA and Theater of Blood. Although the Theater of Blood one's going to be a bit more interesting. For one thing, we definitely need a team to do Theater of Blood with. And it's also dependent on the roles. In the early days of me doing TOB, I was often melee role or range role. But these days, I'm primarily a freezer. But I guess, you know, with the variation at TOB, there's a lot of things we could potentially do. Oh, didn't quite get the spec off in time there, but Tecton's down. Moving on. We are going to sip the anti-venom there, though, right after Tecton. Surely that's okay. Okay, so the time to beat, which was our previous run, was a 46:50 something. So just under 47 minutes. You know, I do think the Ancestral Rope Top is going to make enough of a difference for us to beat that time. Obviously, we're only doing one run per setup, so it just comes down to the RNG within that one run a lot of the times. But the bigger upgrades we get, the more drastic the difference is going to be, right? Like, if we're rocking a Tumakin Shadow, for example, it's going to be very obviously better than our current setup. What is going on with my inventory? Okay, we're good. The one constant in all of these runs while our gear is constantly changing is our prep, in which I'll expand on more later. Right now, we just have to scav. Let's get our defender on. So right here, I'm actually going to drop this restore so I have room for my planks, juice, and mushrooms. Only got planks right now, though. There we go. Not quite enough, though. Not quite enough. Some more juice. You know, we have 12 juice, but we need 13. Very precise with that. And while I do think 12 could be enough, we're just going to play it safe and get that one extra one. The last raid we did, we prepped exactly the same, and it actually became a little tight. I guess we were like pretty unlucky at some rooms, and we ended up burning a lot of brews and whatnot, so we'll just make sure we have the exact 13. Anyways, we have what we need now. Let's deposit everything and start chopping some saplings for kindling. Let's make sure to pick this revet back up. We might not need it, but just in case. I think what really makes this outfit is the fighter torso, because gone are the days of ever wearing a fighter torso, right? I mean, I do see people running around with the face guard, Avernic treads, obviously the new trend, ferocious gloves, you know, Inferno cape when people do have them. But it's the fighter torso that really makes this melee setup, this outfit. The fighter torso used to be definitely like a solid mid game thing. Like you see an Ironman if you see them with a fighter torso and like dragon plate legs or something, right? But I think the meta is a bit different these days. You got the Blood Moon, and oftentimes I think people will forego the fighter torso for the Blood Moon chest piece. All right, that's all the kindling. Let me just drop this restore real quick. We're going to need that in a second here, but in the interest of inventory organization, drop that on the ground real quick. Pick it back up. Alright, we're gonna hammer spec Ice Demon. These days, Ice Demon actually is weak to Demon Bane, so we would want to use an Ember Light or something. But back then, and when I say back then, I mean sometime in 2023, I was just Osmuntum fanging this bad boy. Round and round we go. Yes, I did used to do this method to fight Ice Demon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of times. So click intensive. Alright, down it goes. Oh, we didn't have our enhance going, so let's get that going now. Let's see if we can get it to jump. Nope. Very simple method here is to just walk one tile and then run another. That way you create enough distance between you and the green bomb that it throws at you. Back then, it was also important to do this method for run energy management, but I mean, ever since those changes, maybe not quite as important. I'm going to try to safe spot this one. If it would please cooperate. Oh, you know what? Never mind. It's like half health now. A little bit over. Couple more hits. Okay, that was a big hit to finish it out. Bushu Seeds, thank you very much. Alright, as I mentioned back when we were scavving a few minutes ago, we're going to be prepping the exact same way on all of these CMs we're going to be doing. So first things first, let's put the spade and the potions in shared, then deposit the rest. Take the spade back out, 13 juice and 8 mushrooms. Inventory full of vials. Drop 4 of those, and that's exactly 21 vials. With our max gear setup, this is definitely an overprep, but in a setup like this, you know, it might be just enough. Maybe if we're doing a good run, we have some to spare. If we're doing a bad run, it's, I think, just enough to cover the bad RNG or the bad luck. Also, of course, we do pick up all the brews and all the revitalizations from all the rooms. So at Vanguards, we're picking everything up, Vespula, as well as Vasa. Okay, so I was busy talking there, but we only really needed the 8 Buchu to start with to make these revitalizations. So we got the 8 right there. We're going to tuck those away, take 10 of our vials that we previously deposited, back out. Now we have 13 vials, and we just need the 13 Buchus, and we're good to go. make the brews as we go into the next room. There we go. Let's get our gear out. Overload, enhance, a couple of brews, and a restore. Start out with the major first. I forgot to bring out my defender. It's still sitting in storage. Well, that's awkward. I knew something wasn't right when I had to rearrange my inventory like that. So these Avernic treads that I am wearing, they are the best in slot tribrid brutes, if you didn't know. So it is actually a significant upgrade, which is an outlier, a exception to what our setup was like back in 2023. But I'm mostly bringing them to replicate what the primordials might be like. But yes, I do have a bit of a boost in range and mage as well as a result of that. I will say though, back then this was prior to the mage damage rework. So the occult was very, very, very powerful, and you didn't really need the other mage weapon swaps as much. For example, these days, prior to the Avernic Treads, I'd be bringing the Eternal Boots. But back then, that was definitely not a viable option. It was like an unreasonable switch to bring. Yeah, right there, I just kind of had to wait it out a little bit. I couldn't reach the ranger. But yeah, silly me forgot my defender in the storage. Come on, I just need to hit a 20. I have an ancestral robe top now. Come on. There we go. Don't dig, no. It's honestly so annoying when the vanguards have a sliver of health and then they dig. You're just one hit away and then it's just all this extra time required. Misclicked on my last dose of the enhance there, but not to worry, we get more. Alright, moving on to the thieving room. Not much to this. We're going to chuck in the 12 for now. clear our inventory of all these potions. Get the other 18 grub. Okay, don't know what I just clicked on right there. Doing these old setup runs, it's just a testament. It goes to show just like how far we've come, you know? Like I have all this old gear still sitting in my bank apparently. I mean, to be fair, some of this is dupes for my other account that I play on in the same game group. But yeah, like fighter torso still there. Okay, let's do some inventory rearranging real quick. Okay, there we go. We don't need the mage gear anymore. We do need some of these specialty items though. On to Vespula. Well, yeah, as I was saying, you know, the Bofa and the crystal armor is mostly irrelevant these days now that we have the twisted bow. The trident is 100% dead content. Not only do we have the shadow, but we have the Sangstaff, we have the Eye of Ayak. Just a lot of upgrades. Oh, I clicked on the grub. Or whatever that is. It is a grub. Okay, this Vespula is actually going relatively fast compared to the previous Bofa runs we've done. 136, yeah, we will absolutely take that. A sub 2. Moving on to tightrope. Just making sure we have everything we need. I think so, I think so. I was a bit busy talking there and not looking at what I was withdrawing. So I had to double check there. But yeah, throughout this series, we're going to be doing our best to recreate how our setups were. Like I said earlier, there are going to be a few exceptions, and that's just due to the nature of not having those items on my account anymore. Now, if I was doing this on a normal account where I could purchase everything, that would be a different story, but not the case right now. Very nice. For the Ranger, it's definitely good to flick into some tankier range defense armor as it shoots you because those Rangers hit pretty hard. I think in terms of getting to all these rooms, the bulk of these rooms are mostly range and maybe a little bit of melee. It's very minimal mage DPS that you're doing in here, so I think with that said, because our range setup isn't going to change too much, being that we're running the BOFA setup for the bulk of these, it's the ulm times that are going to vary the most, I think. But I do know in the near future some more melee upgrades are on the way. So between the mage and melee upgrades, it is going to speed up the raid overall. But yeah, just due to the nature of how we progress this account, the BOFA setup, we've been rocking with that for a long time. As I'm potting these raids, more recently I've been learning and implementing the Vasa teleport skip, and we're gonna try to recreate that during this raid as well. Throughout the series we've been doing it, and I think we've done it every time all but once, and that was the previous raid. So let's see if we can patch that up and do it properly this time around. Oh, I thought I finished it there. Did not. There we go. Okay, as soon as we're done with Guardians here, switch into the Osmumton's Fang. Run in and run to this green mark tile right here. Stand on it for a tick. Run back. Okay, there we go. Nice and easy. Summon our Thrall. If you do find yourself in a situation where you have to run through Vasa like that, do try to switch to Protect Melee if you can. It is a little bit of damage reduction. So I think we are on the 5th iteration of our solo CM setup now, and at this point in time, we still don't have Dragon Claws or ZCP or anything like that. So we're here Fang specking the Vasa Crystal. That's another crystal. Is that the third one? We might get teleported here. Or is that the second one? Okay, that was the second one. I don't know. Maybe I can't count. Yeah, unless our Bofa goes absolute nuclear here. Okay, never mind. No shot, no shot. We're gonna get teleported. A little spooky there. Oh, didn't have ferocious gloves on. This Voss is taking so long, we gotta resummon thralls, which was a common occurrence back then. Pretty much guaranteed. Alright. Vasa done. We don't need 2 overloads, so we'll drop the 1. Heal up as we make our way over to Mystics. And we're going to have to re-overload here. We'll just do that now. I gotta say, the Avernic Shreds go well with the white crystal. And if I had a quiver at this stage, I'd bring the quiver as well, and that would match pretty well. Oh my goodness. You know, back then, in a lot of my runs, I did die at Mystics a few times. You can see right there, though, these things really do hit like a truck. The crystal really isn't that much protection, honestly. Let's make sure we start healing up here in preparation for Muttadals. We'll get the Anguish back on. Okay, unfortunately that portal made us path around the wrong way. Okay, just as we did last raid, we're going to slap on Augury here just for a little bit of more mage defense, I should say, not range. We're going to be camping prey range unless the baby dog gets close. Prey is running a little low, so let's take care of that. Might get meleeed here, yep. Ow. A little scary right now. Spur all the way up. Switch into our melee gear. Somehow my overload and enhanced timers are very offset. So I didn't expect my prayer enhanced to be not running there. One more hit? Okay, not if we hit such a tiny number. One more mage hit. There it is. Come on, Bofa. You can do it. There we go. Re-up on our overload and enhance. Make our way to Ulm. That was a 238 mud. That's a 1-minute tree cut. That seems kind of slow. Let's get into our melee gear though. We are going to have to swap out our Fang for a Dragon Warhammer. Alright, before we get into storage, drop 1 brew, 1 revit, and then deposit the rest of the brews. We're going to smuggle this bronze axe out of here as we do. Take out the Dragon Warhammer first, because that's what we want to have instead of the Fang. No need for the Fang. Dragon Hunter crossbow. Forgo the Crystal Helm. We're not going to need that, really. Did I really not sip a single stamina dose during this entire raid? Huh, interesting. Goes to show that you don't need these anymore. We will need it at home, though. Alright, here we go. I believe we have everything. We're gonna pre-pot here, essentially. And in we go. Really hoping I didn't forget anything. Looks okay, though. Hammer and lance. Probably the most important things. Okay, missed our hammer and missed our second hammer. Unfortunately, all too common. Yeah, quite unfortunate. Well, here we go. We have our ancestral robe top upgrade for this iteration of the solo CM setup. This is where it's going to shine. I gotta imagine our max hits have increased a little bit here. Perhaps a 46? We also do have the Avernic treads on, which do play a factor as well. Again, the Avernic treads obviously did not exist at this time, but I don't have the Primordial boots anymore. So we're just gonna have to work with the Avernic treads. We are technically wearing the Primordial boots, as the Primordial boots have been infused into the treads. That's the loophole right there. That is the loophole. Alright, that is the mage hand done. You know what? We are going to go for another spec here. It'd be good to get at least one hammer spec, right? Okay, 0 for 3. Nothing we can do about that. Alright, it autoed us twice, so we're going to 3 to 1 here. Once we do the 3 to 1, we're back in cycle. Honestly, for no hammer, this is not going too terribly right now. We're getting decent hits. Yeah, for a no hammer melee phase right there, not too bad. Okay, we got a hammer spec. We're 1 for 4 right now. Let's go. We're on the board. Wait a second, that's not my ancestral top. That was a fighter torso. Nice and easy, not much to this, honestly. One more hit. We got 2 hammers, no way. A 38? Jeez. Our prayer situation's not looking too good on this one. Olm has been very mean, very rude. We're working with 1 restore here, and we still have the whole P3 to do, as well as the head phase. Dude, what? Okay, I feel scammed on that one. That was weird. Lightning, okay. We're gonna have to 3 to 1. I messed up. Where's this portal? 10 tiles, by the way, classic. Classic. When you're soloing Olm and the white portal is in absolute Narnia. Alright, we are going to have to restore here no matter what we do. But yeah, this is a sketch. This is a sketch. The good thing is 3-0 mage requires like no prayer. With the enhance going, it pretty much is 0 prayer. Or you lose prayer very slowly. Alright, we hit a 45 there, and that was not the max hit. So yeah, our new max hit is probably a 46 or a 47. Self-reminder, this is a P3, so don't reset it. 47 max hit, there we go. Really wish we hit that. Unfortunately not. crystal came out, so 1-0, and then we also got auto twice, so we're gonna 3-1. Dude, more prayer drain? This is not the time. This is not the time. At least we don't have to worry about our brew situation right now, though. Now, we're going to tank a hit here. We're not trying to, stay in cycle. We just got to get rid of that hand as quick as possible. Oh, with our prayer situation right now, we definitely need that enhance to be running. Alright, in 2 raids, we have not had a good Ruby. There we go. Just gotta complain, Just gotta complain. Oh, another one. But at what cost? We're currently getting absolutely smacked. Oh. Good timing. We're gonna restore. We are now out of restore, so no prayer drain, please. Oops. Ooh. Everything's fine. Oh, I was late on that eat. Okay, now that Ruby is a troll. Alright, game. Are you done? There we go. 45-19, so we once again beat our previous run, so that's good. It makes sense, right? The more gear we bring, the better gear we bring, the faster we go. So here is a change. If we're talking about 2 years ago, back in 2023, and now these raids in 2025, you used to not get seeds here, but now you do. Alrighty. A 45-19. I do believe the master time is actually 45 minutes. Let's go ahead and check that right now. Challenge mode. Chambers of Xerix. Solo. Speed Chaser. Yeah, 45 minutes. So we were just 15 seconds shy of the master time, or 19 seconds shy. All right. That is going to have to do it for today. That was actually a nice, pretty much 5-hour stream, 5 raids. Between all the talking in between and these raids just being slower because of the gear. Checks out. But yeah, I have one more setup made, ready to go. I guess I can sneak peek it right here. What is the upgrade here? Oh, Ancestral Row Bottoms. So, in the next raid, we're going to have full Ancestral with a Trident of the Swamp. If that's not Ironman-esque, I don't know what is. But yeah, I'm going to call it here for now. We're going to start off the next CM session with that setup. But I'm also going to have more setups made in preparation. I'm going to dig into the screenshot folder and see what our gear was like throughout the years. But yeah, that's 5 CMs. Unfortunately, no purple today, although, we did die on the first 2 raids, unfortunately. But seems like we just have to get warmed up, honestly. But yeah, I'm gonna call it here. Appreciate you guys tuning in. This will be tuned or turned into a YouTube series sometime in the future, and we'll have another session where we do more of these solo CMs. If you guys are new to the stream or channel, I do run a weekly series, a game series, Ironman progression. So do check that out. Link in the description or on Twitch, exclamation point YouTube. All right, have a good one, guys. I will catch you guys on the next one. Oh, what the heck? What is that? Oh, it's the crystal thing. All right, peace.